To the May State Board of Education meeting, and I'm thrilled that we're being able to do this during Teacher Awareness Appreciation Week, which we are deeply aware of and thankful for our teachers, our educators at all levels around the state. We of course passed that resolution last month, and it's great to be here to be able to do this in person. And I want to thank Ms. House and everybody at the department for all the events of the last month that have really, I think, broken through in terms of talking about the importance of educators, both new folks coming into the profession as well as folks who have been in the profession a long time. So thank you for that. Thanks everybody at the department. I know it's been a lot of travel associated with that, so thank you all for doing that very, very important work. Our agenda today, we have a fairly short agenda tomorrow, but we do have a full agenda today. First up, we have recognitions of the National ESEA Distinguished Schools for 2018, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Smith. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Barr, Commissioner Key, and to the board members. It is indeed a pleasure to stand before you this morning and introduce our two schools that received national recognition in Kansas City, Missouri, in first part of February. So we're very happy to have them with us this morning. And it's the National Elementary Secondary Education Administrative Distinguished School Award now. Some of you may remember it as the National Title I School Award, but we're trying to be comprehensive, inclusive, and have all our federal programs involved. So this morning, our first awardee is Greenbrier Spring Hill Elementary. And they were recognized for their exceptional student performance for 2 or more consecutive years. And we have with us this morning the principal, Ms. Worthy, wave, and the superintendent, Spainhour. They're here. Also along with them, they have the assistant superintendent, Ms. Riley, Ms. Ashley Hammett, assistant principal, Mrs. Kelly Martin, director of teaching and learning. And we're very happy to present this morning from the Department of Education, our commissioner, and the State Board of Education recognizing them for 2018-19. Thank you.
Congratulations.
And at this time, they want to give you some brief remarks. I don't know whether it's going to be the superintendent.
I'll have to let Stephanie say something. So stay here. I just want to say thank you so much for the opportunity to be here this morning, and thank you for your support around the state. We appreciate that very much. It takes a lot of hard work and from a lot of great people to be recognized for something like this, and I really have a great team of educational leaders in my school, and Stephanie is an example of that, and the folks here behind me work so hard, and just appreciate our teachers and their dedication, and they're highly skilled and trained, and I'm very proud of them, and so thank you all for allowing us to be here and be recognized today, so thank you.
Good morning. I love that it's Teacher Appreciation Week because it's perfect for this. People, since we have received the award, have asked us numerous times, like, how do you do it? How did you get those, all your kids to show that type of achievement? And I say it takes great educators. It takes amazing teachers that want to work for every child in the classroom. And I think that's where you build your school around systems that's made for the children and not for the adults. And that's what we have at Spring Hill, is systems that's made for the children. So I thank you for recognizing us, and I'm excited to share this with my staff back in Greenbrier.
Fantastic. Congratulations.
Well, while they're taking their place, I want to compliment Greenbrier on several regards. They have an exceptional program for the dyslexic children. They have jumped in with RISE and Science of Reading training from the very beginning, and they also have a terrific social media presence. So every time something good goes on, I'm able to retweet that and or repost that. So compliment them on all those regards, and I appreciate them and all the hard work that they do.
Thank you, Ms. Zook. I was thinking that Ms. Worthy was going to address that in her comments, but about the dyslexia, and she said they have people from national all across the United States asking them how they're doing what they're doing, so that's great. And we are well recognized and represented, and we thank our school district so much. Our second recognition for 2018-29 is closing the achievement gap between student groups from the National ESEA Distinguished School Group. And this is presented to Lavaca Middle School. And this is in Lavaca. And principal is Mr. Hollow. And the superintendent is Mr. Rose. And they're both here to receive the plaque this morning. Who's speaking? I know y'all were tossing the corn earlier, so.
First and foremost, I'd like to say thank you very much for this opportunity, having us down to come before you. I mean, this is truly an honor for our entire community, our entire district, and especially our Lavaca Middle School. And all the credit goes to those students, those teachers, and the Mr. Holland administrator we have in that building. And again, I mean, our ultimate goal is educating the whole child, and this is just one aspect of it. And once again, thank you so much for having us here.
Ms. Smith asked us to try to explain to you how we won this award, and it started in PLC meetings a couple years ago. We were looking at identifying some things happening in our district, and we're looking at, in our building, looking at our state results from our testing, looking at our local results, and having those difficult conversations because we had some shortcomings. And our teachers got there and they recognized those, they identified them and implemented an improvement plan in our building. And at the same time, we're a bedroom community in the Fort Smith. And so we have no after school programs, we have no daycare facilities in our town. So using some of our Title I funds and also supported by the district, we were able to create an after school tutoring program. So we addressed our students with academics and as well as their reading levels. And we surveyed the parents, and they told us that one of the issues that they had was actually the after school programs having something to do with their children. And it just happened to be that those same parents and those same students fell into our middle to low part of our SES categories. And so by identifying those, that need that they had and addressing the after school tutoring stuff with academics, we were able to increase that as well as starting to raise the reading levels. So it's been a push throughout our whole building and our whole district, and we've seen a lot of growth, and we're just so blessed in this award. Thank you.
Just as an example of how having a great school can cause people want to be in your district, they have such great programs that so many people from the other districts are trying to choice into that district. So everybody wonders if it's not real competition, but it's being student focused.
Thank you. We appreciate you giving us this opportunity. And at this time, I'm sure they need to get back to their school districts, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Thank you all for being here today. Congratulations again. Next up, we have one change to the agenda that has been requested. You received an email about this, and you do have some paper in front of you this morning. This is the request from the Concord School District for a waiver. Adding this item would require 2/3 vote of the board since it came to light after the publication of the agenda. And so if there is willingness, I would entertain a motion to add the item.
So moved. Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Newton, second by Ms. Dean. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right. Oh, that was Ms. Chambers. All right, it was Ms. Chambers. Ms. Chambers with the second, I apologize. But the outcome's the same. I want to now turn over to Ms. Freno, who will explain our process here.
Good morning, Lori Freno, Arkansas Department of Education. The Concord School District is seeking a standards for accreditation waiver, specifically of standard 1A51, which provides that each school shall provide a minimum of 178 days of student-teacher interaction time. The Arkansas Code provides that the state board may grant this waiver of this standard for up to 1 year upon a showing of good cause by the school district. And I will, if there are no questions at this point, I will turn the floor over to Superintendent of Concord, Michael Davidson.
Great. Any questions for Ms. Freno? All right. Welcome, Mr. Davidson.
Well, thank you. Thank you for even considering this. It's been a trying time for us at Concord. We're a very small school district, a very close-knit community, and we're still healing from this. We're still trying to get through and trying to understand the consequences of what happened at school that day, and providing counseling to our students and to our staff members and everything. And my staff, I'm the interim superintendent for this year, and the staff asked me to come to you and ask would there be a possibility of not making up those days. I think we're all ready for a closure. We're ready for school to be out. So thank you for your consideration.
All right. Thank you, sir. Are there questions about this item? Any questions over here? Obviously, we have been thinking about you and everyone at Concord. So I will entertain a motion on this item, either direction.
I move that we grant the request.
All right. Motion by Ms. Zook, second by Dr. Hill. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Thank you and best wishes. All right. Thank you. All right. We are now down to our consent agenda. And I believe, I know Ms. Newton had questions on items 9, 11, and 23. Is that correct? Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? Anything to my right?
Yes, I'd like to pull item 23.
Okay, you'd like to pull it?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So, so we just have questions at this point on 9 and 11. These are both PLSB cases, and so obviously sometimes complicated to have good conversations about, but I'll turn it over to Ms. Newton for our questions.
My first question is more of a general question that item 9 brought into my mind. This person had gotten a 3-year suspension and could possibly come back to teaching after that 3 years was up. Would a district that wanted to potentially hire this person have any way of knowing what had happened before during this time right here? Would they have any way of knowing that that teacher had this kind of an incident?
Yes, they would. I think you're referring to item number 10 now, if you're referring to the suspension.
And it was 10, it's 9. Okay, yes.
Yeah, item number 10, suspension is listed in AILS and also NASDAQ database, so it's a national database. So they wouldn't be notified. I mean, if they did their due diligence, yes.
They would know. Good, thank you. That was my only question on that one.
Okay. And then item 11, which is the Brown case?
Yes.
To be clear, we're on the same.
It was previously item 12, but now it's 11. But I just have an uneasy feeling that this one might not be a severe enough punishment. And I know we can't go back, but I just wanted to publicly state that I was a little bit uneasy that we weren't taking this serious enough for potential harm. So I just wanted to go on the record that, you know, I just didn't think this was quite severe enough.
And I appreciate your concern and the reviewing of the cases that you guys always do. It does fall in line with our sanctioning matrix, and also all the parameters are considered in divvying out this sanction, but it does fall in line. But if you felt really uncomfortable, you have the option for review.
I'm sure I'd probably be in the minority on that, but
No.
I did feel a little bit uncomfortable with it. So.
No, I agree, and I did speak with Mr. James ahead of time about the item. I think the other question I have is why it took, because these occurred in last school year, and now it's almost the end of the 18-19 school year, and what took so long, and were these people still on staff working with kids during the process?
In both item number 11 and 9, they were not employed with the district during this time. They resigned immediately.
Okay.
And as far as the length of time, there are variables that I can share with you outside of this if you like.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So I'm not hearing a request for it to be reviewed. Just your concern. Okay. All right. Are any other questions on the consent agenda outside of 23, which we're going to pull off as a separate action item? If not, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda minus item 23.
Move to approve.
All right. Motion by Ms. Chambers, second by Ms. McFetridge. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. All right. So now we are to item 23. And this is the Algebra 1, shift in the Algebra 1 requirement for it to be taught at grade 8 for high school credit.
Okay, I did send an email to both Ms. Smith and
Ms. Zook, your microphone.
I'm sorry. I did send an email to both Ms. Smith and Mr. Owen, and Mr. Owen did respond on their behalf, and his response was more a matter of clerical response and recommendation. And as I worked in past years on math curriculum adoption committees and listened to a lot of highly qualified math teachers, spoke with some of them again recently, I think it is the exception rather than the rule that a child would be ready for the abstract thinking of Algebra 1 in 8th grade. Most kids who would qualify for that, we would need it in 8th grade so they could take the higher math courses all the way through 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. And I fear what's happened with Algebra 1 being offered in 8th grade is that it's become sort of a social status thing, and the parents, you know, which I have heard, you mean your kid's not taking Algebra 1 in 8th grade? Well, you know, and if the child's not ready, the child's not ready. It has nothing to do with social status. And so for those reasons, the emotional maturity as well as the need, I don't agree that we should make it across the board. I'm afraid that more and more kids would be placed in Algebra 1. And a second reason would be that the ACT Aspire, in fact, test on for 8th grade does not test Algebra 1, and that's tested later. So I understand the clerical reasoning. I don't agree with it, but and I just don't agree that we should make it a carte blanche that, and people wouldn't actually have to justify offering Algebra 1 in 8th grade.
So I'm going to offer time for Ms. Smith and Mr. Owen to offer the perspective of the department.
Okay, thank you. I'm Stacey Smith, Learning Services, and I agree with much of what you just said. We're not trying to force all kids in 8th grade into Algebra 1. Most high schools in the state do offer Algebra 1 to their highest achieving students for credit. And if you're a middle school or a junior high where 8th grade is not attached to 9 through 12, you have to submit to the Arkansas Department of Ed approval to give credit for Algebra 1 in 8th grade. If your school is attached to your high school, okay, so if you're a 7-12 school and you have a 7th or 8th grader who's ready to go into that Algebra 1 class and the class is predominantly 9th graders, you don't even have to ask us. Okay, you can give credit to that kid for that class. So what we've seen is more than half of the school districts in the state offer Algebra 1 for credit in 8th grade to 8th graders who are ready. And when Anthony and his team came to me with this, hey, instead of us trying to approve all these singletons for this, could we approve this, but really put out some prerequisites or requirements for schools to think about whether or not a student is really ready to be in Algebra 1. So everything you said about the status and more kids and being ready, we agree with. And we think there has to be some education about who's really ready for that course. Most schools do offer Algebra 1 to 8th graders. It's kind of a standard practice, but the paperwork part of coming before us is kind of one of those when we look at how can we streamline but provide guidance. This is one of those areas that we felt like we could streamline a little bit. We see foreign language and Algebra 1 as the two courses that are offered many times in 8th grade. We even had conversation about whether or not it needed to come to state board because it's the department who does the approval, but we wanted to put it on the agenda so that it could be talked about and people know what we were trying to accomplish there. But the most of the state does offer. Anthony, do you have any comments about numbers or anything that you'd like to add?
Yes, ma'am. Not that I can do much more than you did there. Once again, I'm in complete agreement that there does have to be a deep consideration of what students are being placed within this. This is not a desire. There are approximately 24 states across our nation that now require Algebra 1 to be provided to 8th grade students. That is not what we're seeking in any form or fashion. However, in the interest of reducing the paperwork load and load on our schools, which we constantly hear of one of the complaints or one of the issues that schools have is just unnecessary paperwork. We looked at the Algebra 1 situation in Arkansas, and the reason that we had been denying those approvals in the past, and really those past reasons are now moot, especially with the recent adoption of the Change 38. Used to we had options in our mathematics courses that were below Algebra 2 that could meet those required 38 options. We no longer have that. So the applications were often denied because there were not enough upper end courses for a student to have a pathway all the way through 12th grade with a different course. Because those lower courses were removed from the required 38, they are now required, every school in Arkansas is required to offer courses that would include not only a pathway of increasing rigor through 12th grade, but an additional math course above Algebra 2 beyond that. So there are options that every school would have to offer. The other issues that, the only other issue that these are typically denied for are licensure requirements. But this does not change the licensure requirements, and we already have a system in place to catch schools that put someone, and I use catch in a loose word, but to alert us when schools put someone in a course, teaching a course that does not have the appropriate licensure. That is flagged under our Cypher 2 reports. So this is just in the interest of reducing the paperwork and the check mark, another check mark that we put on the onus of schools and administrators.
And did they say why they need to give credit? Because if a student is that capable and that ready, then they're likely going to take 4 or 5 more math courses 9th through 12th. And also, based on the feedback from the students, they were saying, I wish I had taken Algebra 1 and 9th because in ACT, I got a lot of Algebra 1 and a little bit of Algebra 2 on the ACT, their 11th grade test. So if they haven't taken it since 8th grade, it may be affecting their scores unless they're that exceptional student. So I guess I don't understand the need to give credit at 8th grade if they're going to be taking 4 or 5 math courses from 9th through 12th anyway.
The reason for giving credit is simply because a lot of our schools and a lot of our students who are looking at GPA qualifications and our more advanced students, they want those additional credits. They want to demonstrate they're going above and beyond what the state minimal requirements are. You know, once again, we don't see this as an issue of whether, you know, we're not trying to make an argument of whether students should take or should not take Algebra 1 at the 8th grade. That's not our stance. We don't know every student in the state of Arkansas well enough to make that determination. However, we can provide some guidance. We can provide clear guidance based on evidence practices, best practices. We've already started collecting some of the procedures from school districts across Arkansas. Tom Simmons from the El Dorado School District has responded with their policy along with some other schools across Arkansas. So we're gathering what our schools are currently doing in this field along with national information and going to compile that into suggestion documents, honestly, regardless of whether this blanket approval is provided or not, because we think that's a responsible thing for our offices to do, is to help schools determine how to best place students in the 8th grade Algebra 1.
Answer that last question too. So why do we give students credit for Algebra 1 in 8th grade? Because it's a graduation requirement. Students have to have Algebra 1 credit for a graduation requirement. Algebra 1 in geometry, and then 2 additional math courses. And so when you have an advanced student who does take Algebra 1 in 8th grade, for it to count as part of their graduation requirement, we have to give credit.
So it's not the number of math courses, it's the specific math course that they have to have credit for.
Yes, ma'am. And our current rules say that students as low as 5th grade could actually earn high school credit if they receive approval, not just for math. School districts would have to submit to the Department of Education to give credit in grades 5 through 8 for any high school credit. And so we review courses oftentimes, and you've actually seen School of Innovation applications with foreign language going down lower than 8th grade. That have been very innovative practice and having some pairing up with your high school and kids in younger grades getting credit. So I agree with you. We don't want every kid in 8th grade taking Algebra 1. It's not appropriate. But I feel like we can give really good guidance and getting people thinking about who are the right kids to be in that class. And this was really just a way to try to streamline some things that are already happening. So, but good questions.
Ms. Newton may have some more input. She's my resident math professional.
Yes.
I'm going to try to be very thoughtful with my words about that. I've always felt that students in the 8th grade benefit more from a rigorous 8th grade math course than put them into a traditional Algebra 1 class, no matter if they were highly gifted or not, especially the way our 8th grade math standards are now. They are great, and a lot of the algebras moved down into there, and I would really hate for a student to miss out on that. But I realize that there are schools around the state, and there are people around the state that don't have my same opinion that I do. But the way I'm understanding what you're saying right now, there is still a route for schools or districts or parents that choose to place their child in an Algebra 1 course in the 8th grade. There is still a route for schools to get there, whether or not we approve this or not. And
if a school district submits an application to us for us to review to give a credit in 8th grade, that's if 8th grade's not connected to their high school.
Right. So there's still a route for it to happen. And in my past experience, if I have to sit down, fill out an application, I'm going to give something more thought than I would if it's just blanket, you can do it. And if you're going to give guidance, I hope whether this is passed or not passed, if you're going to give guidance for them through that thought process, I could see where it might be beneficial for students to have administrators and teachers giving this more thought than, yeah, you can do it, we don't even have to think about it anymore. So that's kind of my thinking on that.
May I respond?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I did not introduce myself earlier. For the record, Anthony Owen, Department of Education. To that, I want to talk about this just briefly about the application process for the 5th through 8th grade high school courses at middle school level. and this is a double-edged sword for my argument. It's not a very arduous process. Okay, we have regulatory authority to look at very few items. We look at teacher licensure. Does the teacher have the appropriate licensure? Do they have a pathway that would fill the students for 4 years of mathematics in 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th within their school district? Those are pretty much the only two things that we have regulatory authority to look at on this application. So a school, as long as they can demonstrate that, they have that, and we don't have a standing to deny it.
But those are
Right.
very important things then that I would want to make sure that was happening in the districts.
And I agree, and that goes to my point earlier about now with the required 38. Previously, schools could offer, for example, Bridge to Algebra 2 is meeting one of their 6 mathematics requirements. We didn't see that as a pathway beyond Algebra 2 for these students. Now, because of the required 38, every school has to offer courses that would be a pathway for these students. And then the licensure, as I mentioned earlier, is now caught within the cycle or indicated whether they have a teacher inappropriately teaching it within our cycle reports.
Yeah.
That said, as I said earlier, this is not something that, this is something simply that we brought forth in the interest of trying to reduce the paperwork load in schools, because we no longer saw anything within our application process that would give us authority to deny any applications that come in the future.
The way I understand it, that if a teacher has a certification at a lower level, now they can bump up and teach at the higher level. And you understand what I'm trying to say, but I really don't want to say it.
Yes, but also this is something that you may not realize. So a 5.8 mathematics license for a teacher teaching, that teacher now has the credentials to teach Algebra 1.
Right.
Because they saw that the praxis assessment that those teachers had to take covered that content. And so teachers who were in it, so that before that wasn't the case. And you had to have that high school license to be able to give credit for Algebra 1. And a lot of schools didn't have that piece. So now those 5.8 teachers who have that on their license. I mean, you make valid points. I agree with a lot of what I'm hearing. So.
And I'm sorry, just for one last clarity, and then I think I just got the hook. I will say that we do have, I didn't look up the numbers, I can return with that information at some point or send it individually to you all. We actually do have schools in Arkansas that offer Algebra 1 at the 7th grade level. They have approval for Algebra 1 at 7th grade and approval for geometry at 8th grade. That is in no way what we're asking for. We do think that takes a more concerted effort because of the geometry at the 8th grade piece. And to be honest, if they're asking for Algebra 1 at 7th grade, they do have to show us that they have an approval or sought approval for geometry at the 8th grade before we would award that. So there is a discrepancy there between the two, and we're not asking for that.
Okay. Ms. Chambers.
Could you just tell me one more time, how many schools that have the 8th grade class physically located, they're able to do this without any approval from
So
us?
I looked up the actual statistics yesterday on that, and currently there are 100 and, let me see, so I don't misquote myself here. There are currently 141 out of 326 schools that serve at least one 8th grade student. So there are some schools that are not designated as 8th through 12th grade, but they have an 8th grade student in the high school LEA. But there are 141 out of, like I said, 326 that serve at least one 8th grade student that have an approval for Algebra 1 at the 8th grade.
So if you had a child that just happened to be in a school that wasn't attached to the high school, at least today, that wouldn't be an automatic or given opportunity for them. Is that right?
Correct. So it is up to the school, still, even under this blanket approval, it would still be to the school's discretion of whether they wanted to offer Algebra 1 in 8th grade. We're not mandating that they provide this opportunity to every 8th grade student. We're just simply asking that a school can choose to provide it at the 8th grade without going through the extra steps of the application.
Well, I really appreciate the conversation. I wouldn't have gotten the richness of this just from in terms of what we were going to vote on. But I'll tell you my own experience, very small school, I got to take accelerated math and science, which allowed me to take higher level courses in high school, which was a much better preparation for me going into college. I really appreciate from a math teacher's perspective the concern about not having someone miss some basics, but I certainly applaud what feels like a nod to individual readiness, so that kids that are ready and need and want to take some of these classes, that they have access to it. It'd be great over time, or maybe you have statistics even now, how they do, how many of our kids that are taking an early Algebra 1 class, how are they doing? Are they faring pretty well? But I applaud it and would vote to support it. I think, just as has already been articulated, it's not for everybody, but we do want to meet individual needs and students where they are.
One thing that you mentioned, and this kind of addresses Ms. 6.2, it is about individual students. And when we did Act 930 and we did student success plans starting in 8th grade, one of the biggest conversations around that was when our students were taking 8th grade for credit, or Algebra 1 for credit in 8th grade, were we carefully planning what that student's math would look like all the way through high school? And the answer at that point was we were not. And so when we started talking about student success plans, we want schools to say, okay, if we think you're ready to take algebra in 8th grade, what are you taking in 9th? What are you taking in 10th? And the goal is when you're a senior, you're taking calculus. And we go ahead and we lay that out. And if the thing was, whoa, I don't think that's where I'm heading, then maybe that's not where we need to be placed. But being able to be careful and thoughtful and about individual students and planning that out. So, thank you.
Right. Any further comments on this item? Okay. Then we do need a motion. Thank you all. Thanks, Mr. Owen and Ms. Smith. We do need a motion either to approve or to deny this policy change.
I move to approve this policy change. Second.
All right. Motion by Ms. Chambers, second by Ms. Dean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay. So I just want to clarify, Ms. Zook and Ms. Newton were the no's? Anyone else? Okay. So the remainder were yeses. Okay. That is a majority. Okay. We're down to our action agenda, our 10 a.m. action agenda. First up is petition by the Cleveland County School District to close the Kingsland Elementary campus. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Dedman. A couple of us have seen these before, but most of us have not. And so the question is, why is this item before us?
Good morning, Jennifer Dedman, attorney for the department. You have before you a petition by the Cleveland County School District to close the Kingsland Elementary School campus. On April 8th, 2019, the Cleveland County District Board of Directors petitioned the State Board for an order to close the Kingsland Elementary School, which is an isolated campus. The State Board can hear this petition pursuant to Arkansas Code Annotated 620-602B2 and the Arkansas Department of Education rules governing the closing of isolated schools. You have in your packet an isolated school closure summary, which I'll go over briefly. As defined in the rules, an isolated school is a school within a district that qualified as an isolated school under Arkansas Code Annotated 620-601 prior to administrative consolidation or annexation, and is subject to administrative consolidation under Arkansas Code Annotated 6-13-1601 et sec, which governs administrative consolidation. The district that is created from an affected district is, as a result of an administrative consolidation, is called the resulting district. An isolated school within a resulting district remains open unless the school board of directors of the resulting district adopts a motion to close the isolated school. If the board does so by a unanimous vote of the full board of directors, the school can be closed upon passage of the motion to close the school. In cases in which the motion to close is passed by a majority vote of the full board of directors, but less than a unanimous vote, it must come in the form of a petition to be considered by and approved by a majority vote of the State Board of Education. In this matter before us today, the Cleveland County School Board of Directors voted to close the Kingsland Elementary School by a vote of 6-1 on April 8th, 2019. The Cleveland County School District now requests that the State Board of Education consider and approve their petition to close the Kingsland Elementary School. And the State Board can approve or deny the petition by a simple majority vote. It is important to note the standard. The standard is found in Arkansas Code annotated 6-20-602, subsection C. You have a copy of that statute before you. The state board shall only approve a motion to close isolated schools or parts thereof if the closure is in the best interest of the students in the school district as a whole. That is also part of our rules. If you have any questions, I'm available to answer those.
Could you walk through the procedure?
Absolutely. The state board hearing procedures are found at section 5 of the rules. All persons wishing to testify before the state board shall be placed under oath by the chairperson of the state board. The spokesperson for the petitioning school district has a total of 15 minutes to present the school district's remarks. The state board may allow more than 15 minutes if necessary. The spokesperson for any individual or group of citizens that opposes the petition shall also have a total of 15 minutes to present the remarks of the individual or group of citizens. And the state board, again, may allow more than 15 minutes if necessary. The spokesperson for the petitioning school district will then have a total of 5 minutes to present closing remarks to the state board, and the state board can allow more than 5 minutes. And then the state board will discuss, deliberate, and vote upon the matter of approving or denying the school district's petition. If it deems necessary, the state board can take the matter under advisement and announce its decision at a later date, provided that all discussions, deliberations, and votes upon the matter take place in the public hearing.
Great. All right. Any questions? Okay, then I will turn it over. So I need to swear everyone who plans to offer testimony for or against. Does not include people who would offer public comment.
We do appear to have some public commenters today, yes.
Yeah,
and the district will of course go first.
Okay. All right. So if everyone who plans to testify in favor or in opposition to this request, if you could stand and raise your right hand. Okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right. And so, sir, you have 15 minutes, obviously, if you'll introduce yourself for the record, to get us started.
Good morning. I am Craig Dupree, Superintendent of the Cleveland County School District. I'm here this morning to visit with you about a very sensitive topic. And I want to thank you for that opportunity to be here before you. I wished it was for any other discussion other than a school closing. But I just want to take a few minutes of your time this morning to go through some of the physical and financial data that I have been presenting to my local Board of Education so that you may better understand the financial difficulty that the Cleveland County School District will be facing in the next 2 to 4 years. The burden is real, and it's hitting home a lot faster than most people realize for small school districts, such as mine. We cannot sit by and poke our head in the sand and hope this will pass us by. This will not. I think Commissioner Key said it best in a recent interview that small local districts are going to have to make some tough decisions in regard to school finance. Today I'm here to tell you that my local Board of Education made a very tough decision on April the 8th, a decision that is not only in the best interest of the Cleveland County School District, but it's also in the best interest of the students of the Cleveland County School District. The first item that I'd like to go through with you is a report on the local buildings just located within the physical boundaries of the Cleveland County School District. It is found on the facilities webpage, and you had that in your packet. This just gives you some of the buildings, the age of the buildings, some of the things that you may want to know that are some physical things of the district that you may or may not be aware of. The first page there goes through the buildings located on the Kingsland campus, gives you some of the dates in which they were built, and of course there have been some renovations done, but just kind of gives you an idea of what's there. The second page goes through the buildings located on the Rising campus, gives you just some ideas of when those were built, and of course some renovations done through the years, but just kind of gives you a snapshot of those buildings located within the district. The second item that I'd like for you to take a look at is also located on the division's webpage. This will give a trend of enrollment in our district for the next 10 years. You can see in 2018-19, we were projected to start the school year at 832. We actually started at 833. So that is a very fair, accurate projection of the students in the district. But as you progress through the next 10 years, you really see how that begins to fall. And some very powerful data for you to look at is in year 5, the district is projected to be down 80 kids in the next 5 years. In the next 10 years, we're projected to be down 177 kids. So I know those are projections, but I think they're also pretty powerful to look at from a standpoint as the superintendent of the district to get an idea of where you're headed in terms of the enrollment of your district, because all of that begins to play into finance, all of that begins to play into decisions, and those decisions are why we're here today. The third page in your packet was a state aid notice that was dated March 14th of 2019. There are a few things here that I would like to point out, especially in line 9. You can look at line 9 and see where we started the school year in 2016-17. We were at 857 students. Again, it just kind of helps chronicle the enrollment. In school year 17-18, you can see that we had dropped down to 840. We finished that year at 829, and we began this school year, 18-19, at 833. But as we finished through the second quarter, we have dropped down to 822. So we've lost kids just since we've started school, and I ran the numbers just yesterday, and we're at 818. So we have fallen even a little bit further. I would also like to point out line 43. This is declining student enrollment. As most of you are aware, this is given to districts that are losing students in the district, and this is one-time money. That money is spent. It is expected that the district will make changes in what's going on in the district to make sure that they are keeping their staffing, they're keeping their expenditures in line with what is happening as far as losing kids in the district. So that's a very important thing to take note of. Next year, I would assume we would probably see some more declining enrollment money, but again, that's one-time money. Line 46 is enhanced transportation funding. For the school year 18-19, the Cleveland County School District got $48,382. The funding matrix was reworked this past legislative session, and we have dropped in gaining any of those dollars from $48,000 down to about $9,000. But nothing has changed in my district. I still have the square mileage. I still have the same amount of bus routes, and I still have kids that are riding those buses, but I'm going to be short that money going into the next school year that we had been getting in the previous few school years. The next item in the packet that you will see is a spreadsheet that talks about the changes in the teacher salary that Governor Hutchinson put into place this school year. And you can see that as we work through year 1, 2, 3, and 4, that is some big money for a small school district such as mine. That's a big amount of money for school districts in Southeast Arkansas. 12 of the 14 schools in my co-op, out of the Southeast Co-op in Monticello, are facing shortfalls at the end of the 4th year when the state gives us the supplemental money to take care of those salaries, and we have to be ready to take on those expenditures in salary and benefits starting in that year 5. And that's part of why we're here today. You know, we've got to be planning ahead to make sure we can support and sustain the district. And when you see numbers like this causes you to lose sleep at night. I mean, it's very real. And I will point out that the ADM, when the spreadsheet was figured, we were expecting about 102. I think the number figured out to be $118 out of this legislative session. So there's a little bit of a change there, but I did not get that made before I got it submitted to you. The 6th item, actually the 5th item, is a campus cost per student here in the Cleveland County School District. You can see that I took the January payroll from 2019, broke that down by salary and benefit, and then divided that by the amount of students housed at each campus. On the Kingsland campus, you can see that the cost per student is $832.92 to educate a student, whereas at the Risen Elementary School, the cost drops significantly to $465.68 to educate a student in the same boundaries of the district. That's all due to the amount of students and the way that the education can be used by those students to be successful. But it's very important to note the sixth item that you can take a look at is the projected enrollment for next year's grade levels. You can see there that Kingsland Elementary will have 7 kindergartners as a tentative number. This was all compiled by the building principals. Their first grade would be at 11, second grade 12, third grade 10, fourth grade 15, and fifth grade 11. There at Risen Elementary, kindergarten is at 31, first grade is at 38, second grade's at 42, third grade's 41, and fourth grade 39, fifth grade 53. If you combine those totals on that column across from the Risen Elementary level, you can see that those numbers go up, and it actually will put us more in line with what the state expectation is of students in the classroom. You want that general number maybe to be around 15 to 1, and if you take a look at that, that would actually take our numbers in kindergarten, if we combine the students from Kingsland to Risen at 13 to 1, at first grade 16 to 1, second grade 18 to 1, third grade 17 to 1, and fourth grade 17 to 1. So that would help push those numbers up, whereas right now at Kingsland you're looking at a classroom of 1 to 9 or 1 to 10, 1 to 12, somewhere in that vicinity. So that would make better use of your money in the district to be able to take those dollars and utilize them to the best of those abilities. When we met as a board, some of the questions that came out when we had a work session to discuss this was the transportation of the students from Risen down to Kingsland Elementary. We're about 8 miles apart between the two campuses. So I worked through some figures just as projected cost. I used the cost per diesel at that time, which is $2.31, but if you've been by the gas pump lately, it's going up quite a bit. And I'm sure that will be the same if we rework those figures today. But it would take, to move about 275 kids from Risen to Kingsland, it would take quite a bit amount of money on top of what we're already spending. The number that would be just in fuel cost alone would be about $11,000 in fuel costs to move those students down the road to Kingsland, 8 miles from Risen. That would also have us have to revamp our bus schedule. And our normal bus route would be, most buses leave around 6:30 in the morning, and most of those get back sometime in the afternoon between 4:30 and 4:15, 4:30. But we would have to revamp that, and our first buses would leave Risen around 6 o'clock in the morning to go get kids. We'd have to bring them to Risen, make a drop of all the kids that attend K-12. We would have to move our kids back on buses and then put them on buses going back down to Kingsland. All of that would equate to several dollars spent in overtime and increased shuttle or campus-to-campus routes to shuttle kids around. That cost came out to about $49,655 to make the routes work for the drivers and get those students moved down there to Kingsland. And you know, you may not think that's very bad, but if you're a district that's losing kids and you're already losing monies as far as that are tied to those kids, that state foundation funding, you know, it's something that you've got to look at, and it's something that that I feel like is important for you guys to know, and just to know that that I took a look at it from the perspective of everything involved. I would also like to point out that the main building there in Kingsland that was rebuilt after the fire that destroyed their original building, the main building is a relatively new building. It has 11 classrooms, but we need 17 classrooms to make everything work under one roof and get those elementary students together on one campus. And to move those students to Kingsland, they have some outbuildings, some other buildings that are there, but I'm sure it's going to take quite a bit of work to get those up to standards to make that work. Whereas on the Rising campus, we're already equipped to house those students, those 65 students, and bring them in, and things would go on as normal. I'm going to finish up by saying that closing Kingsland Elementary is not the only cost-saving measure the Cleveland County School District will be implementing as part of our comprehensive cost strategies over the course of the next few years. We're already outsourcing, as of next year, our cafeteria to a food service management company to help save money. Currently, we have 7 positions that are open. 3 of those are certified positions. Not having to operate 2 elementary campuses, and not have to fill those positions can save the district $242,000 at this point. If the vote today is not to uphold the resolution to close it, then I'm going to have to start replacing those positions as of this afternoon once we get back home. We are also compressing our salary schedule. Cleveland County School District had a salary schedule of 22 years with bachelor's and master's pay, and those columns that go along 15 plus and 20, 24. We're going to take those and basically compress that to the state mandated schedule. So that's going to save some money over the course of a few years. We've also entered into LED lighting upgrade across the district. We're already seeing savings in our cost of electricity, and we're also seeing the decreased use of energy within the buildings. So I'm going to finish up by just saying that it has been looked at. I've been looking at it since probably December with everything that had been coming. I've been communicating with my board, letting them know the things that were coming down from the legislative session. I was very fortunate to serve on one of the committees and be a part of some of that. So I'll finish up by saying I appreciate your time and thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Dupree, and I'm sure the board will likely have some questions in just a few minutes. Sure. We do have, I'm a little perplexed on what to do here, in that we have some folks signed up for public comment. We don't have folks who have come with formal opposition that we swore, and so I just need a little direction from Ms. Dedman.
Yes, sir. In the State Board hearing procedures and the rules, it says that we've got 15 minutes for each side. It says the spokesperson for any individual or group of citizens that opposes the petition will have a total of 15 minutes.
Okay.
Usually for public comment, I know that we limit that to 3 minutes.
But I think we have 15 minutes to share.
Kind of any way you want to split it up.
Okay.
If somebody would like to go longer, that would work as well.
Okay, and these folks, different from normal public comment, do need to be sworn, right?
If they are speaking as the spokesperson, then yes.
Okay, all right. So I will say anyone who wishes to speak formally against the petition should please stand and raise your right hand. If you do not wish to take that role but wish to offer instead later public comment, if the board so chooses, you will have that option for 3 minutes as well.
That sounds fair.
Does that sound fair? Okay. All right, thank you. If you'll please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right. So I will let you all, you do as a group have up to 15 minutes. Obviously, if you can keep it shorter and still make your points, that's also great. Right, please come forward, state your name for the record, and we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you, sir.
My name is Shane Matthews. My son attends Kingsland Elementary School. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen of the board, for your time and this opportunity. I want to speak to you about the petition to close the school with an appeal for an objective, thorough feasibility study to be done on the comparative cost of consolidation from both Kingsland to Risen and Risen to Kingsland in order to come to a financially responsible decision the matter in hand. We understand that there are real issues with the budget. Money has to be found somewhere, changes have to be made. We acknowledge that something must be done. We just want to be sure before making such a drastic move that all options have been exhausted. The community and the school at Kingsland simply want an objective, comprehensive investigation into the feasibility of relocating the entire elementary school to the Kingsland campus, not to the Risen campus. If after this investigation, it is still deemed best for the students and the district to close the school and move everything to Risen, then we completely understand and will support this decision and get on board. I want to highlight a few things today for the board. Number one, the quality of our facility. We have a safe room, a dedicated music room, an updated cafeteria, a full gymnasium, a more than adequate playground. We've had roof replacements on all of the buildings, including the outbuildings, which were fully functional classrooms when I attended school at Kingsland High School. So those buildings probably will need some work, but they already have had some work done on them very recently. We've also got a beautiful new facility, which the superintendent mentioned has 11 new classrooms in it. We have a library and an auditorium, which are also immaculate and very new. Has there been an objective and thorough evaluation of both facilities as to which might make the better location for our students, staff, and administration? I realize that Risen has a larger school and they have larger buildings. That doesn't necessarily mean that their buildings are better equipped to handle the load of students or to provide a good environment for their education. The quality of education also must be pointed out as the Kingsland Elementary School has just recently received the Blue Ribbon Award, and we have a teacher that received the Milken Award for excellence. So my question today is, has there been any serious discussion as to what it might mean for our school district and the community to dismantle such a nationally regarded high-performing school? I also want to mention that if there are modifications needed at Kingsland, there are surely modifications needed in Risen. There is no way that every classroom and every facility in that building is without need of some upgrades or some repairs. So I want to make sure that we take that into consideration. I want to make sure that today we are comparing apples to apples. Make no bones about the fact that we might need to consolidate, but I do want to make sure that the comparison is even one way or the other. I also want to mention that the 275 students expected to be bused, according to Superintendent Dupree, I'm wondering, has any numbers been crunched in regard to the amount of students that are already being bused from Kingsland to Risen, and whether or not they would be subtracted from these numbers when they are not bused from Kingsland to Risen? If you're bringing students from Risen to Kingsland, then all the students currently being bused from Kingsland to Risen no longer have to be bused. Those buses can be used for other things. That gas money can be used for other things. That mileage can be counted towards bringing students from Risen to Kingsland. They may have looked into that already, but I just want to make sure that somebody makes sure that that T is crossed and that I is dotted. In addition to all the information provided above, the community would like to highlight that we support Kingsland and we raise money each year to provide school supplies for all of our kids. We would do that even if the school at Risen were brought and consolidated in with the school at Kingsland. We love our school, we love our students, and we want to make sure that they have the best, even if it's not in the budget. It was also pointed out that the community meeting that we had about the Kingsland Elementary School, that it had zero debt. Now, I cannot personally verify this. There is no possible way for me to personally verify this, but if it is true, then that is something that you might need to be aware of. That we have a fully functioning school with absolutely no debt. A petition to keep the school at Kingsland has been prepared and signed by at least, at my last count, 124 individuals, more as of the last time I collected petitions. So no doubt there are more than that. And if you know anything about Kingsland, you know that's a large portion of the population of our town. It's not very large. In the numbers presented to our community, the Kingsland School was said to have an average cost to educate one student well over $200, and a single student in Rising a cost of just over $30. These are the numbers that we received. However, these numbers, in our opinion, were not even close to an accurate representation of the true cost. First of all, the numbers were calculated using expenditures from 1 month in January. And in that particular month in January, there were office supplies listed over $3,000 for Kingsland, and office supplies in Rising listed for $0. Now, anyone who's ever done a budget or looked at a fiscal year knows that that is not an accurate representation. My question is, why are we not looking at a 12-month year? Why are we not comparing the expenses for the entire month and busting averages across the board when we're looking at how much it costs to educate students? Furthermore, if you take a look at Rising and how many students they are naturally going to have more money coming into their school to educate the students. Therefore, it is cheaper to educate students in Rising than in Kingsland, where we have so few students and so little money coming in. In addition to that, Kingsland no longer has support for special education services, which are all now in Rising. So all the students that we did have in Kingsland receiving those benefits had to be moved to Rising, not necessarily of their own will, but because that's where they needed to go to receive the help that they needed for special education services. So I just want to point out that these numbers are not quite as clear cut. If you were to move all of the students from Rising to Kingsland, the numbers would be drastically reduced. Maybe not good enough to beat the cost at Rising, but they're certainly not as large. Yes, sir.
You've gone 7 minutes. I just want to be conscious of time so you don't take all the time.
Thank you. Thank you. In addition, a point was made concerning the area in which Cleveland County School District serves. Part of that is within the Woodlawn School District, so we don't bus kids from the entire county. Some of that goes to Woodlawn, so it does truncate the amount of space that we have to bus kids in from, and a lot of those are close to the Kingsland School District. And also, last but not least, a plan was presented by the superintendent that would, after closing the elementary school in Kingsland, move the Head Start program to the facility, as well as offering a handful of colleges perhaps the opportunity to hold classes on the campus. 2 other ideas were presented that would use the music building as a Johnny Cash museum and open the gymnasium for public use. However, none of these ideas would bring any money into the district. No rent or fees would be collected, and no plan presented on how we might pay for these ideas. The district would still have to pay all the bills that they were paying previously. How would this save money? In addition to this, Superintendent Dupree suggested that he would do his best to ensure that no one lost their jobs. Well, if the school will still be open, granted for a different purpose, and none of the staff will be let go, and all the children will still have to be bused, where will the district be saving money after closing the school in Kingsland? That concludes my remarks. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. Then, Ms.
I think he covered everything. I was just on the agenda, so I follow up if it was needed, and I think he's covered everything that we have on our list.
All right. You're Ms. Neal, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Then anyone else on the opposing side who wishes to speak, okay? Thank you all very much for your presentations on both sides. We don't have anyone else for public comment on this item, correct? No, it was Mr. Dupuy. It was the superintendent was also on the list. Okay. All right. So we've taken care of all the comment, but I want to see what questions my board members have, fellow board members have for either side. Ms. Newton.
I just wondered if the superintendent had any response to some of the comments that were made previously.
Okay.
Anything in particular, Ms. Newton, you were wanting to?
Just some of the costs as far as the transferring, instead of going to Rising, going to Kingsland, and then maybe future plans for buildings, and then the comparison of the 2 buildings as far 2 campuses as far as the facilities.
Okay. As far as the future plans for the building, Mr. Matthews is correct. We are planning on moving our Head Start program down to the Kingsland Elementary campus and utilizing that building. Part of the reason for that is the Head Start program is, federally funded, and they pay for a large part of their use of facility, electricity, water, that type of thing. There is some things the district has to grant in kind to that program, so they will be taking most of the burden of that. The cafeteria, they pay for their own cafeteria food. We will maintain that cafeteria open there in the Kingsland Elementary campus to serve the Head Start program. And it will also give the Head Start director an opportunity to grow the program, because there will be some additional slots available there in the Kingsland area, just based on socioeconomic status and things like that. So that is a plan. Southeast Arkansas College came to me about 2 weeks ago. They are very interested in taking and maybe utilizing some more of the building as a memorandum of understanding between the two districts to offer that as a satellite campus for people to come and take college classes at night. Those that may be wanting to start a college degree program, or possibly finishing up a college degree program, or just trying to get some certifications in Microsoft Office, those types of things. They're very interested in doing that with the Cleveland County School District. So that would be some of the facility part of it. The part on the campuses that Mr. Matthews brought up, the busing of the children from Rising back down to Kingsland, that is an idea that he had brought up. The amount of kids that would affect, I think, would be small with those that are coming over. We already have 4 buses that come over from Kingsland to Rising daily, dropping off middle school and high school students. So for the kids that may or may not be a part of that, I would think would be pretty small. Just in my opinion, looking at that. So, that's kind of it in a nutshell. I think the big thing about it is we've got to take into consideration we're still operating another campus, and that's the thing that we've got to understand, is that each time we look at something and we take into consideration something, that campus not being there would save the district money. There's about $850,000 tied up in salary and benefits, and there's about $225,000 in maintenance and operation cost each year. And the district would save on that. As I've already stated, there are some teachers that have already resigned that we are not going to have to replace unless that building is open. So those cost savings all add up, especially for the district, if you're not having to spend that money. And I'm not sure what was the last one you were.
I think you mentioned the comparison between the facilities on each campus as far as the suitability for the students. Which campus, as far as being ready for that many students, would be better? Okay.
Yes, and he's probably talking in regard to the Rising Elementary School roof. Has to be repaired. In fact, it's scheduled to go. It's been approved for a repair for this as soon as school is out. And other than that, the facility is a facility. I mean, there are bumps and bruises along a facility every year. We go in and we re-wax floors. We do painting. We replace ceiling tiles that are stained. Every one of those classes are equipped with view boards, interactive view boards. So the facility itself is ready to go. I mean, it may not be to the expectation that maybe that he is wanting it to be there, but I feel more than comfortable with those students coming over and joining those 275 students at Rising, and bringing each of those elementaries under one roof.
Thank you.
Ms. Chambers.
I can only imagine the difficulty, and we appreciate everything that you've talked us through. It sounds like even Mr. Matthews certainly agreed with the statistics that warrant consolidation or closing of a school, but really the question is which school you closed. Could you tell us how you engaged the communities themselves? Did you have town hall meetings where you could share the statistics and the data to help them agree with the decision?
What we did was we had a scheduled work session with the board in February, and there was a gentleman that had passed away in the community that was very influential, and we had to reschedule that board work session to March the 28th. That was the first time that we actually had a work session in public, other than what I had been given the board for the months of January, February, as far as indicators that we were going to have to take a hard look at leaving the building open. But to say that we had sat down with the community or the citizens, no, we have not.
Is that something that you would contemplate, but I guess only post-decision? It just sounds like it would be useful for folks to hear the amount of rigor that went into the decision and the location.
Right. I will tell you that I visited with Mr. Matthews shortly after most of this came out. He and I had a good conversation there in my office, and I laid this out for him. He had the numbers that I presented to the board, and he went back and shared those with the community group that he was working with, that he's representing today. So that happened, I believe that was the 1st of March that I sat down with him, maybe mid-March, maybe right before spring break. And gave him that packet of information that I had shared with the board. So, yes, ma'am.
Ms. McFetrich.
We all know how important school partnerships are. Have you been able to build some partnerships within your community to kind of help you do this?
As far as with community groups,
right?
Yes. No, ma'am. We basically we have talked as an administration. The Kingsland Elementary principal has been a part of the discussion since January. He understood the necessity of what we were facing. He also basically approved that he knew that this was something that had to be looked at. But to say that we sit down with an action group, citizens group in either Rising or Kingsland, no, ma'am, we have not.
And that may be really helpful to begin to build those school partnerships and get that support. I mean, that's extremely important. So I'm sure this was not an easy decision, and I appreciate all the work that you've done before you've come here today.
Yes, ma'am. I didn't mention to you guys that I'm a first-year superintendent either.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Zink.
I couldn't tell who you were pointing to. I'm sorry.
Okay. Go ahead.
You mentioned the loss of students. Are those mainly being lost in Rising or Kingsland, or is it a balance?
It's probably a little bit more in the Rising area than the Kingsland, just based on numbers. I tell you one thing, Ms. Zook, that we have as a district been able to help overcome, because I think the enrollment would be much greater if the school choice factor wasn't played into this. We could be down several numbers of students, but the district is obtaining about 35 kids a year through school choice from the surrounding districts, and that has helped maybe level some of that off. But as those numbers dry up, because those schools reach that 3% cap more and more, I think the school choice that is coming to the Cleveland County School District is going to be fewer and far between.
Well, school choice was my next question, but now you mentioned the 3%. I think it's 3% each year, not 3% total, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So maybe they won't dry up.
Well, I know that the Watson Chapel School District is usually the ones that we get a lot of school choice from, and I know they could only lose about 72 kids this year, and
Right.
I think they admit that pretty quick as far as, the school choice application process. So
Do you run your own pre-K, or is there an ABC program there in Cleveland County?
there is an ABC program, and it is also, we're kind of a unique district in that the school is the grantee of the Head Start program, and has been since the 50s from what I've been told, and you don't see that usually within schools, but we're kind of a unique animal in that aspect.
Yeah. Okay. I happen to have been, I live in Melbourne, and Melbourne and Mount Pleasant eventually have consolidated. Mount Pleasant was, in fact, a Blue Ribbon school, but had the fewer numbers. So I understand the pain, the angst that the community feels and everything. The good news is there that the kids turned out and are doing well.
Yes, ma'am.
And I sympathize with you as a first-year superintendent. Can you share with me, or did that one board member that voted against it, did they share with you their reasoning behind that?
No, ma'am, other than the fact that he felt like he was doing what was best for his community.
Okay, so he is from that area?
Yes, ma'am. He is here today.
Okay, so you have a representation from each community, and will the zones continue to take that into consideration, having representation on your board?
Yes, ma'am. We also have another school district that was part of the consolidation from the 80s, was the New Edinburgh School District, and there is a representative that is zoned to that area as well.
So that community, if this passes, will still have a voice or voices on the board?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have right now.
Okay. Dr. Moore?
I have a few various questions, if you don't mind.
Sure.
First, on that Head Start program, will students be bused from Risen to Kingsland if the Head Start was moved to Kingsland?
Yes, ma'am, they would be. And I visited with my center director, and she is on board with that. We're looking at busing around 45 kids down there. I think the program there at Kingsland is around 30 kids strong. So that would be what we would do.
Okay, another logistical question. If students are bused from Kingsland to Risen, will elementary students be with high school students on buses, or will those be separate? How would you do
That'll be something that we'll look at. I'll get with my transportation director and look at that. As of right now, you know, the middle school and high school from Kingsland, they're on buses together. But that is something we could definitely look at, and if that's what needs to be done, we'll make it work.
And maybe community input from that as well.
Sure.
At that point, I mean, as you know, statute says that we want to look at what is the best interest for the students in this case. I imagine that Risen, being a larger campus, has maybe different opportunities for students on campus than Kingsland. Can you speak to what that looks like, or what that might look like in the future, becoming a bigger campus?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. This year, Mr. McKinney, who is my building principal at the elementary, instituted enrichment time, and that has been something that has been really cool to see work. The kids worked out of different classrooms, putting together HEART, the circulatory system. They presented 2 plays now that has been pretty neat to see. Those would be some opportunities that the kids from Kingsland would have an opportunity to participate in. Elementary Quiz Bowl would be something else. They've had it at Kingsland. They've not been able to utilize it over the last few years because of the 5th and 6th grade, and they basically didn't have an opportunity to compete as well as they would like to, and she was competing with kids in the 4th and 5th grade against kids in 5th and 6th. So that would be something that they could have exposure to again. You know, any of the programs that we offer, I think they would be more than thrilled to be a part of, to be honest with you.
As far as the extracurricular teachers go, art and music, are those separate on each campus, or do you have like the art teacher and music teacher? Are those shared between the campuses, or are they separate?
Yes, they are shared. That would be something that would be very beneficial to have those on campus full time. The building principal there at Kingsland is a half-time building principal, and they also have to share a half-time counselor, which, you know, with the mental health that we're talking about. Getting them under one roof to have access to a full-time counselor would probably be beneficial.
Okay, and then as far as teachers go, I know you have some excellent teachers at both schools. Teachers that wish to remain in the district if Kingsland were to close, what would their opportunity be?
We worked on that plan. It is in place. In fact, after today's meeting, Mr. McKinney, building principal, and Mr. Drury will sit down with the teachers at Kingsland and get their input as to see where they would like to end up as far as what grade level to teach. We'll do our best to make that happen, but we do have some preliminary plans in place on how to get the most out of the teachers as far as putting them with grade levels and of course take their input in a meeting either as early as tomorrow or maybe Monday to make sure that we're listening to their concerns as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McFetters.
I know to move a pre-K program into a school district can be costly. Are you prepared to do that at Kingsland as you're bringing in the Head Start program?
Yes, ma'am. My center's director has applied for some grant money, and I'm almost certain she is in the running for the grant money to make some modifications there in the Kingsland building to make it suited for the pre-K kids. So she told me yesterday she felt confident that she was going to be able to get that grant. So.
I've actually got a question for the commissioner. Obviously, I think we all know the importance of the teacher pay increase in terms of attracting and keeping folks in the profession. You've highlighted or your perception that it creates some challenges moving forward. I would just like the commissioner to comment on that if possible, because I think that, I think that's important to, my sense is that's very, very important to this board, and I think we need to begin to think through what might be implications there moving forward, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Barth. So I'm looking at the analysis that Mr. Dupree provided for us, and we've seen this printout before. Doesn't have a page number on mine, but in the packet of materials, it came right after the state aid notice. So if you wanted to look at that, the hit or the impact on Cleveland County School District in the short term is not too bad, because they're really close to what the new minimum is going to be.
Sure.
And that's to their benefit, and to actually to commend them for they've taken those steps already. And so in year 1 and year 2, you see the figures there, and I think in year 3 and year 4 is really where he has expressed his concern. But I'd point you to the FY 20 and 21, where he's included what he knows the foundation funding is going to increase. What's not factored in here is FY 22 and 23, and obviously we can't guess, right, but we have seen or heard from the General Assembly and the governor, and I have stated the commitment to work with the General Assembly to make sure that foundation funding is adjusted, because we know that each year those adjustments made, teacher salaries are going to have to be adjusted. So just to say that this is not inaccurate, what he's presented is not inaccurate at all. It is incomplete from the standpoint of he could not factor in the FY 22 and 23. But I would just ask y'all to think about in terms of, in those last 2 years of this 4-year period, there's highly likely to be increases to foundation funding, and the General Assembly is evaluating a complete new adequacy study actually at this time that we anticipate would definitely factor in to these figures as well. But knowing that, for the purposes of planning, districts typically do not include those last 2 years, as we've had conversations with a lot of districts on that topic.
And I would also like to, I'm sorry, would like to point out, that was based on an 840 ADM from previous years. We know that we're probably not going to be there whenever next year comes around for funding, as far as that student enrollment number.
Well, there are a lot of moving parts in your projections, and I just wanted to, I want us to be wary of districts kind of presenting worst case scenarios that really focus on the teacher pay as the justification for actions that are being taken. And so I just think we have that duty to do what we can to ask important questions about that.
I had a similar question, and I know every district is different, and this is maybe for the commissioner as well. Every district's different. Maybe there's still interpretation, not just from a teacher salary perspective, but declining enrollment, different things that are happening in different districts. Is there an opportunity for us to be more preemptive, or I don't know if preventative is the right word, but try to anticipate schools that maybe have questions that would benefit from support, counsel, suggestions as you work through numbers, as we have more information, so that they're making the best decisions for the student, for the community that they can. Because I was sitting here wondering, will we have other consolidation considerations or districts that'll be coming before us? And just with everything that you've learned and what you've been through, can we take best practices from that and figure out how we help other districts that may be thinking similarly down the road?
Well, just from my earlier comment, I can tell you 12 of the 14 schools in the Southeast Co-op District are looking at these types of shortfalls as far as financial implications. Like Commissioner Key said, we really don't know 22 and 23 fiscal year, but you know, that's something that we were beginning to prepare for back in November, December, when we started to understand the ramifications of the teacher pay increase. And of course, the minimum salary went up for our classified staff. I don't even have that figured in here yet because, you know, that's one that we had to, you know, hit right after January 1st, and then it's going to come due again January of 2020, and then again in 21, moving from $10 to $11. So, you know, those are, and I don't know how Commissioner Key feels about it, but I don't know how much more preemptive you could be on that as far as trying to get ahead of that curve, knowing some of that's coming. So
just to add to that, I think you heard Mr. Dupree say, you know, one of the things they are doing, which is encouraged, they're looking at their salary schedule.
Yes, sir.
And you know, making adjustments. You know, the salary schedules all over the state, probably all over that region, just within that co-op area, are different. And you know, some are going to cap out at 22. Some may go beyond that. Some may have, you know, a master's plus 15 hours, master's plus 30 hours. So those are all things that do go beyond the statutory minimum. But you know, we help when we get calls. Mr. Rogers' team with finance, Dr. Hernandez, I know he takes calls on that, of, you know, to try to help with those planning purposes, not specifically districts that may be in jeopardy of consolidation, but just in general. So there's a lot of conversation, and it, you know, our assistance is tailored based on the individual district situations.
Well, I think what I was hearing Ms. Chambers, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think what I was hearing is that there might be some benefit in some more overarching communication, maybe a webinar on, you know, what does this mean for the future, to maybe as a preventative step.
And we do have yes, we're having those kinds of conversations at the co-op level, since the co-ops are maybe that first line of defense or first line of resource for districts to go to. So yes, that's happening as well.
Thank you.
One of the things I did not mention, Dr. Barth, when I started out, and Cindy Smith has been great to work with us. We are an early intervention school for fiscal distress, so we know the ramifications of it, and she has been great to work with along with her team. And in fact, she's working through helping us get our salary schedule compressed now. So she's been a big help, and I just wanted to let the group know we are an early intervention district. So, you know, it hits close to home when you get to this point.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think in response to that, and sort of to address the point that Dr. Moore made, I know a lot of parents who have an elementary child also have a secondary child, and they feel more comfortable most times if that child is on the same bus with their older sibling. And then two buses don't have to go by the same house. So, right. But I also think that the points that were made on the opposition as well as your points, and if everybody gets together, because everybody is trying to be reasonable and everybody is thinking about the children, and that is very refreshing.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think as a first-year superintendent, maybe they do not know whether if you looked at everything. So I think the conversations that you can have, and they see all that you have looked at and why you have looked at it that way, I think that it won't heal it immediately, but it might make it feel better if in fact our decision is to consolidate.
Yes, ma'am.
I do want to, and I don't want to beat up on you, but I do want to pick up on Ms. Chambers and Ms. McFedder's point earlier. I think in this case, more community interaction, more outreach, I think probably could have created a better environment for this conversation. It might not have been as challenging all along the way. And so a word of advice for you and for future folks in roles like this, that is always good for a community to have, to over-communicate rather than under-communicate.
Well, there was a little hope, I'll tell you, Dr. Barth, whenever the legislative session started, maybe the teacher salary enhancement stuff would not occur this year, you know, and maybe that's the reason why we didn't get out as much in the communities and promote. But once it became apparent it was going across the governor's desk for signature, we had to get in high-speed mode to start trying to get ahead of some of this. So I understand what you're saying.
All right. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Any further comments from the board? As has been mentioned a couple of times, in the motion, we do need to articulate, that our sense that any decision, either decision that is made, is in the best interest of the education of students. And so I will, the floor is open for a motion. Chambers.
If you can help me with the wording. So we are not in a position where we're declarative on which school is closed. In terms of the petition itself or the motion, could someone help me with the wording of that?
So the petition is to allow the closure of the school.
The specific school.
That is the petition from the district to allow the closure of this isolated school because of the nature of the vote at the school district level, school board level. Yeah. I think we don't have in our procedures no closing remarks, right, Ms. Dedman? It's just 15, or is it 5? I thought it was just 15 and 15.
Yes, we've got 5 minutes for
Okay.
closing remarks.
Apologize.
However, the petition before you just contains what it contains.
Okay. All right. I apologize. I'd missed the closing. I just heard the 15 and 15. So you have 15 to close, and then 5 to close. And then anyone over here also has 5 to close in opposition.
Definitely. I don't want to take 15 minutes, I promise you.
Thank you.
First of all, I do understand the emotional impact of losing a school district in a community. I'm a 1994 graduate of Gillette High School. That school has consolidated with DeWitt. Received some of the finest education from the finest teachers in the state. I totally get what the small school setting is about. But we've got to understand the consolidation actually began in 2005 between the two districts of Rising and Kingsland. The only remaining campus in the Kingsland is the Kingsland Elementary School, located 8 miles away. At the end of the day, my job as the superintendent of the Cleveland County School District is not to ensure the sustainability of the Kingsland community, but to ensure the sustainability of the Cleveland County School District. Making the recommendation to my board of directors was not easy, but it was the right thing to do. Looking at the financial situation ahead made it clear to me that we had to have some changes, and some changes now. This has really impacted me as a person, and it's impacted me as a school leader for the rest of my career. None of the decisions made by either the board or myself have come lightly. They've not come in haste or directed at the community of the Kingsland people. None of this is personal. It comes down to dollars and cents and how to best meet the demands of a new day in education here in Arkansas and doing what is best for the students in the Cleveland County School District. My local board has requested of me not to RIF a single person in the district. Instead, they have elected to take care of those issues through staffing, one of the 3 R's, resignations, retirements, or relocations. That means that every one of the Blue Ribbon staff members of the Kingsland campus will transition to Rising Elementary with open arms. It also means that the Milken Award-winning teacher, Tasha Wilson, will move to Rising Elementary and continue to do great things for the Cleveland County School District. The Kingsland School Campus building did not physically win either one of those 2 awards. It was the staff and students of those buildings that won those awards, and it's that same staff and students that will transition to Rising Elementary and continue to do great things. I ask that you remove yourself from the emotional triggers of today's decision. Based on the data provided to you, it clearly demonstrates a major financial hurdle that the Cleveland County School District is facing within the next 4 years and beyond. Making tough decisions at the local level is what's going to keep this school district alive and meeting all obligations of salary, benefit, maintenance and operation, and the education of the students within the Cleveland County School District. I hope that you concur with the local board's decision and resolution to close the Kingsland Elementary School. Leaving that campus open for 65 students will leave us in certain fiscal distress and will soon have my district patrons questioning why I must make 3 more much difficult decisions in the future. First of those is to cut 9 certified positions immediately, not to mention the classified positions that are going to have to be looked at. Secondly, we'd have to ask the Cleveland County School District voting patrons for a 6 to 8 meal increase just to meet teacher salary. Or we're going to have to look at consolidating with another district. None of those decisions will benefit all the students of the Cleveland County School District. Today, a decision to uphold the local board resolution and as a state board will benefit all of the students of the Cleveland County School District. Again, thank you for your time and what you do for the students in the state of Arkansas.
Thank you, sir. All right. Either of y'all?
I don't have nearly as much to say as he did. I just want to say that I appreciate our superintendent. I appreciate both schools. My wife is actually a teacher in Rising. My daughter attends Rising, so I am about as unbiased as you're going to get as far as the community spokesperson. And I just want to say, if financially this is what is best for the district and what's best for the students, then we will stand behind it. We simply want to make sure, without any doubt, that every T is crossed and every I is dotted before we make such a huge decision. That is all we have asked for, and that is still all we ask for. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And thank you all both for your good presentations. All right. Now, unless there are further questions or comments,
I think that lady was asking
Ms. House,
to
Ms. Neal,
make a
would you
question.
like to make a comment? I apologize.
I'm sorry.
Thanks.
My name is Danielle. The only other consideration I would like for you to look at, I think Mr. Shane presented some documentation. There was an incident, a precedent kind of set in 2012, I believe, where Gillette School District was due to be closed by the DeWitt School District. I think they had approximately 60 some odd students as well. A similar situation like this. It came before the state board and it was denied. I believe they are still in existence. I know there are a lot of different situations here, but there are a lot of similarities. And as you said, down the road, there may be more funding for the, increase in salaries. So, we've just asked that, if you compare the apples to apples, as we said, on the line item issues, when their expenditures were given to us only on a monthly situation, there's just still a lot of questions that have not been answered completely to have a lot of confidence that this is maybe the best thing.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Neal. All right. Ms. House, is that what
I really just have a comment. You mentioned that it was the teachers and the students who won that Blue Ribbon Award. And I would just urge you that if it is decided to close Kingsland, that you have a strategic plan in place, because the culture of a school is so essential to the success of the students and the happiness of the teachers. And when you're combining two separate campuses like that, and especially if you're bringing in teachers and students from an outside building, that you would have a plan in place to support them and engage them and make them feel like this is still their home as well. So that's just kind of something to think about.
All right. Any further comments over here? Commissioner, do you have anything? Closing? Okay. All right. So we are now ready for motions. And again, the motion is either to accept the petition or to reject the petition, and rejecting it, of course, would leave the school open. Accepting it allows the closure to continue.
I move to accept the petition from the Cleveland County School District to close the Kingsland Elementary School.
All right. And it is important to note that your perception that it is in the best interest of the schools, of the students as a whole, to do so. If you.
Oh, most definitely.
Okay.
I don't think there was anything that I heard today that was frivolous. I think it's a hard decision. I think engaging the community in a different and a more robust way, it's not too late, and I think it's actually essential. And to the comment about teachers, I think you have to be really intentional, and I'm sure you will be, but I think it bears underscoring. Having a very intentional plan to bring two families together in the best interest of the students and the community, it will be essential to your success.
All right. Ms. Chambers, is there a second to that motion? All right, motion by Ms. Chambers, second by Ms. McFetridge, and we'll do a roll call on this item.
Ms. Zook?
Yes.
Dr. Hill?
Yes.
Ms. Chambers?
Yes.
Ms. McFetrich?
Yes.
Dr. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
All right, that is unanimous. Thank you all for being here and for the care you have for your community, and the best of luck to everyone in Cleveland County. All right? Okay, everybody good? Okay. Okay. All right. You all right? Okay. Yeah, we'll keep moving. The second item up is the Lee County fiscal distress classification. I'll turn it over to Ms. Freno to get us started.
Thank you, Dr. Barth. Lori Freno. On April 1st of 2019, the department identified the Lee County School District as being a district in fiscal distress.
Ms. Freno, why don't we
pardon me?
Why don't we stop for just a second,
Okay.
while the room's getting cleared? I apologize. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
The district did not appeal this identification, and the department notified the Lee County School District that at this board meeting, the AD would be asking that the state board classify the school district as being in fiscal distress. If the board does classify them as being in the Lee County district as being in fiscal distress, it may take one or more of the actions set forth in the Arkansas Fiscal Assessment and Accountability Program.
All right. Okay. And so this is not a formal hearing because there was no request, correct?
That is correct, and
Okay.
this item will be presented by Greg Rogers and Cynthia Smith.
All right. Excellent.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is when we designate fiscal distress, does that automatically do a level 5, or is that a separate thing that may or may not happen?
Yes, level 5 deals with academics,
Only.
but fiscal distress is completely separate.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Ms. Rogers, Ms. Smith.
Okay, so as Lori said, the letter was sent to, Greg Rogers, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Education. So as Lori said, April 1st, we did send a letter identifying them for fiscal distress. In the letter, we outlined two of the reasons for identifying them for fiscal distress, and one was for the material and state or federal exceptions or audit findings. That was included in y'all's agenda for today, the letter that we sent April 1st, so I wasn't going to go over all those again, but some of those did contain IRS penalties of $54,000, miscoding to EBD payments where some were underpaid, some were overpaid, as well as bookkeeping errors, budget errors, and things like that, a lot of those which were repeat findings. The other reason for the fiscal distress identification was for fund balance. And in 2014 was the last time we had taken the school district under fiscal distress. And at the time, we took them under fiscal distress for a fund balance of $367,000. And during that time, under that fiscal distress identification, the fund balance increased each year to when we turned it back in 2017, they had over a $1.2 million fund balance. Now, here in 2019, they're projected to end this year with a $141,000 net legal fund balance. So what it took the department working with those people at the school district at that time to build up $1 million has gone down in less than a year and a half. So that's really the big reason for the fiscal distress, and answer any questions you have.
All right. Okay. Anything, Ms. Smith? Are you good? Okay. All right. Any questions?
I just wanted to say, Cindy Smith, fiscal distress. We are already working with Dr. Bowles to try to remedy all of the audit findings and working on the budget to get it cleaned up and working on the new budget to get them back in the right direction. So we've already had 4 meetings with him getting ready to schedule another. So.
All right. Can you remind us the reporting on fiscal distress, districts that are in fiscal distress? How often do we hear updates on?
I believe it's every 6 months.
6 months.
And we can do it more often if you need it.
Okay. All right. Dr. Moore?
I do have a question. So on the budget summary y'all gave us from FY18 to 19, there's almost a $1 million decrease in revenue? Is that because of enrollment, or what is that because of?
So some of it could be for enrollment, but a lot of it is the budget processes, was what Cindy said. We're working with them right now on. Their expenditures have gone down, and it looks like they may have been trying to do quick fixes and then move on to another quick fix. So there's just different things that have caused that to go down. And that's one of the things that why we're already in there working with Dr. Bowles on.
But the revenue decrease, I think is what you're asking
Yeah,
about,
the,
Dr. Moore.
let me give it back out.
I mean, I'm just assuming it's enrollment, but I didn't know if there was other hits to the area.
So yeah, they have had revenue has gone down because the ADM has been decreasing as well. But it went from 6.1 to 5.2 this year. So you are seeing that revenue. So they haven't made the budget changes as the ADM has decreased.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, Ms. Newton.
It's not specifically about this, but it's just concerning when we get a school in fiscal distress and then a year and a half later we're back here again. Is there some sort of process that we can do that I don't know if it's a slow release, what can we do to keep this cycle from keeping on and on?
So Mr. Rogers identified that. And we went into the session and got changes made to the fiscal reporting and accountability law that where when we turn a district back, it's not just going to be, okay, here you go. It's, you have it back now. There's going to be an ongoing monitoring for 3 years by fiscal support.
Okay, thank you. That makes me feel better.
I don't have a question on this, but before he goes away, after we voted on this, I have a question for finance.
Okay, so we'll deal with this issue first. Entertain a motion on whether to deem Lee County School District in fiscal distress.
So moved.
All right, motion by Ms. Zook, second by Ms. Dean. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, that's unanimous. Ms. Zook?
Yes. When a district gets a millage increase and they specifically designate what it's for, are there any checks and balances on from the state level that they actually spend the money for what they said they would, or is, okay, thank you. Cindy's nodding.
So something that we have just recently put in place for the districts that have millages for building funds or for technology is once it's receipted in as law requires them to do, we're having them move that to another fund or move it on down to the debt service fund so that those mills are not spent on anything else.
Okay.
So if it is debt service, as soon as that's receipted in the 2001 fund, we're moving it down to 4,000 so that it's there to pay those bills.
Okay, thank you.
I just have a question on that. Yeah, but don't they sometimes just say "and other things"? And so in that case, they can use it for other things, and then you don't have that.
So typically, it has to cover that first, and then once it's paid off, if there's still time left, then they can use it for other things.
And I think that second lien bonds may be speaking to what she's saying there.
Right. So it's usually once everything is paid for, then they can use it for anything additional.
Great, thank you. Appreciate it, folks. We're now down to item 3, which is the Earl School District's request to be placed in level 5 intensive support. And so I'll turn it over to Ms. Freno.
Thank you, Lori Freno. The Earl School District has requested that it receive level 5 support, which is intensive support from the Department of Education. Consequently, the department recommends that the Earl School District receive level 5 support. Right. And that is something that is allowed both by the rules and the law.
All right. And we do have our friends from Earl here. Dr. Wild,
and also Ms. Deborah Kaufman.
Right, and Ms. Kaufman is here for the department. Dr. Wild, you want to kind of introduce things? Good to see you.
Richard Wild, Earl School District. We have submitted a request for the level 5 support, not necessarily to be placed, but to receive the support. The concept is we are already currently under state authority. We have from the beginning embraced the academic reports, but as we're moving into fiscal planning, we're also thinking that it would be wise for the two to be linked together. And we are continuing to struggle financially, and that endangers academics. So from that standpoint, we're saying, let's just put it all together and identify ourselves. And we have processed this with the community. So I have with me the next superintendent for Earl School District and Pastor Cox, who is the chair of the Earl School District Community Advisory. So they could speak to their involvement in the process.
Great, thank you. Would either of y'all like to make any comments? Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Pastor Cox with the Earl School District. We've had several discussions and advisory about it around January when Dr. Wild first brought it to us. We've also shared it with the community, had community meetings, and everyone is in support of it. So I think it'd be great that while we're fixing the financial side of things, that the academic process is addressed also.
All right, thanks. Any comments or questions?
I have a question for possibly for legal. Does that restart their 5-year timeline, or does it?
Thank you, Pastor Cox.
Lori Freno-Missick, restart the 5-year?
If we declare today or vote today for level 5 for academics, but a few months ago is when we talked about the physical. So we have, which 5-year timeline would apply, or would they apply separately?
The way I read the law, if you provide level 5 support, if the board decides they want to provide level 5 support, that will not restart the clock. You can do that as a standalone. Now, granted, you can also provide, or you can say they're going to receive level 5 support and declare that there's an assumption of authority again, which would restart the clock. The clock starts again when there's an assumption of authority based upon the criteria, which would be the level 5. So if you just decide level 5 support, no, that would not start the clock again.
And in the department, if I may, we're not asking you to take action other than the classification of level 5. We are not asking you to take action under the law of assumption of authority or anything like that. This is a friendly level 5 request, for lack of a better word.
How far along are we on the timeline? Are we a year and a half? A year?
We are
November 2017 was
yeah.
when the state
Yep.
assumed authority.
So we're not even a full year.
Okay. All right.
Full year, yes. We're
year and a half. Yeah, about a year and 7 months.
If I could address.
Yes, of course.
The community and the discussions have involved the possibility that the state may want to extend and reassume authority. That isn't necessarily what we're requesting, but we're certainly prepared for that to be an outcome today. And it is something that the community, and Pastor Cox can speak to that they're not opposed to. This has been a very positive embrace between the department and the community. So they're not opposed to that idea.
I think the reason I made that comment is having worked with Dr. Wild when he was here on the old classifications, we both have realized over time what we suspected, which is making that kind of change in any shorter period of time is almost impossible. If you're to the point that you need level 5 support for academics, a shortened timeline is not typically advisable.
Ms. Chambers.
I just wanted to thank Dr. Wild. No questions. What Ms. Dean and I were just talking about, this is what I think was supposed to happen. This is a model in terms of coming forward and asking for assistance. I just wanted to make sure that we called that out and extended our appreciation for that. But so the Department of Education, once more engaged, it's still a possibility that an authority may come back as a request to us. Is that what I just understood?
It's yes. I mean that could happen. That's not. We're not asking for that now. And the reason we aren't is because it is working so well. It is. This is what we want. If we have to go into districts that are in level 5 conditions for that level of support, we want it to be collaborative with the community and not adversarial. So
and thank you. I just want to make sure we're calling that out to all those listening, that this is a great approach, and thank you for showing the way with that, Dr. Wild.
So, Commissioner, make sure I understand this. In 5 years, suppose they're released from physical distress, but or it's actually 3.5 years, I guess. They're released from physical distress, but they want to continue their level 5 support. That would be possible at that date.
Or any time before that.
Okay.
And I think what we have is a situation where, because of the ongoing work that Dr. Wild, Pastor Cox, and that Community Advisory Board has been engaged in, as you heard, I don't think the community is fearful of the the department coming in to shut them down or anything like that. They realize that this is a partnership. We may need to come back at some point in the future and say, under the law, we would like to extend this, and this is how we want to do it. Keep in mind, too, under Act 930, we have options that boards can be limited authority boards. I mean, there are a lot more options before us that we can exercise to make sure that these are collaborative and not adversarial. So we describe it as it's a relationship. And that's how Ms. Kaufman has described it. That's how Dr. Hernandez and his team, and in our work now, it really sets the stage for what we want to do in Lee County. Sets the stage for Marvelly Lane. These districts that now see we can do this in a cooperative and collaborative fashion, they're now coming to us and asking for that type of support. And so if we have to come and extend this by some measure of what's in the law, then it's a different conversation than what we were having 4.5 years ago, where it was very painful in a lot of ways.
Yes. All right. Any other? Please, welcome.
Tish Knowles, Earl School District.
Thank you, Ms. Knowles.
As Dr. Wild and Pastor Cox said, the community has embraced ADE being really having boots on the ground, and to continue that with budgeting and that academic support with the I guess the embracement from our teachers and our staff. It feels that it's not a threat but a help. And that's what we want. We want that support for not, I gotcha, but here's how we help you take care of it. And that's what we want to continue with that relationship. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Knowles. All right. So the request from the district and the recommendation from the department is to provide level 5 intensive support beginning at this time. And the floor is open for a motion.
I move to grant the Pearl District Level 5 support.
All right, motion by Ms. Newton, second by Dr. Hill. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Okay. Dr. Weil, will we see you again next month? All right. Okay. So we will see you, and we'll begin seeing Ms. Knowles a lot more. So thank you all. Thank you, Pastor Cox, for being here as well. Safe travel back home. Okay. I'm going to need from Mr. Dugan a little bit of help here in terms of these next three items. So in the Newman case, she has representation.
Taylor Dugan, attorney for the Department of Education. That's correct, Dr. Barth.
Okay. And then and Miss is Miss Newman here? Okay, great. And then Miss Allen Grace is representing herself.
Miss Anderson, she is representing herself, and then Miss Grace is one that we send notice. She did receive notice because she signed for it, but I understand she's not here today.
Okay, all right. Just trying to get a feel for how intensive these cases are. I think why don't we plan to do this? Why don't we plan to do the Newman case first, and then we'll skip down and do the Allen Grace case. Ms. Anderson, we will be back at 1 o'clock. So just to give you a little time, if you want to go ahead and know that you don't need to be here for the next little bit. Just if you don't want to grab a bite of lunch, I just want to give you a feel for how this was going to play out. If that's appropriate for the board, that gets us as far as we can, I think, before lunchtime.
And I'm going to try to be brief, members of the board.
All right, proceed.
For the first waiver request we have for today is going to be for Miss Wendy Joy Nauman. She is represented by Mr. Ryan Blue, so I'd ask if they would come forward at this time. And to my understanding, Dr. Barth, that Ms. Nauman would be the only witness. The department has no witnesses, so if Ms. Nauman plans to speak, I'd ask that she be sworn in at this time.
All right, Ms. Nauman, if you would stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. All right, thank you.
And would it be all right, Dr. Barth, if I just briefly go over the rules and the procedures for these hearings? Under the rules governing background checks, for opening statement, the department will have 5 minutes, and then Mr. Blue would have 5 minutes. The board can give us more time if they would like. The board can ask questions at any time. After the opening statements, each side will have 15 minutes to present their case. 15 minutes for the department first, and then 15 minutes for Mr. Blue. And then finally, after that, there would be closing statements and 5 minutes for each side, starting with the department.
All right. And everybody up here should have 2 packets for this case. One with the front page of waiver hearing, and then one that's labeled Educator 1 on the front page.
That's correct. Is there anyone that needs a copy of that? And so we're here today to hear the waiver request of Ms. Nauman. The reason we sent her a notice of a disqualifying offense is that the department learned on September 10, 2017, Ms. Nauman had a true finding on the child maltreatment registry. We sent her that notice, and she requested that waiver. And so that's what we're here for today, ladies and gentlemen, just that she get that opportunity to request that waiver. If the department grants that waiver, then she would be able to continue teaching. And that would be my opening statement. Does anybody have any questions? All right. With that, I'll yield the floor to Mr. Blue.
Will you delineate what the true finding was?
It was a neglect.
Okay, thanks.
All right. All right. Then, Mr. Blue, you all have up to 15 minutes.
5 minutes.
For the opening statement.
These procedures, they run together. I apologize.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear before the board today. My name is Ryan Blue. I'm an attorney with Matthews, Campbell, Rhodes, McClure, Thompson, and Rogers, here today representing Ms. Wendy Nauman for her request for a waiver as a result of the denial of the renewal of her teaching license, which was a result of the true finding of the child maltreatment for inadequate supervision. And in the packet, there are several exhibits, and I will reserve my comments for the reasons for the request for that waiver during my presentation time.
Great,
Thank you.
excellent. Okay, now we have 15 minutes.
And just wanted to go through briefly with the exhibits that the department has set forth for the board today. The first exhibit, ADE Exhibit 1, just wanted to show by preponderance of the evidence that Ms. Nauman is an educated professional or licensed professional here in the state of Arkansas. Wanted to show that we also sent her notice. That's going to be labeled as ADE Exhibit number 2, that we sent Ms. Nauman the notice that there was this true finding on her background check and that she had the right to request a hearing. And what's marked as ADE Exhibit number 3 is the waiver request we received from Mr. Blue, asking that the board hear the waiver of the disqualifying offense. And then finally, we have ADE Exhibit number 4, just showing that she had notice that the hearing would be today. But since she's present, I think it shows that she had notice. And then finally is ADE Exhibit number 5, is just the summary of the statute that is relevant to a person that has a true finding on the Child Maltreatment Registry. And that will conclude my presentation as far as just trying to show by preponderance of the evidence that there is reason for this action that she would require a waiver to continue teaching.
And is there a recommendation from the department?
No, Dr. Barth, there's not.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, as stated earlier, we're requesting a waiver today from the denial of the renewal of her teaching license, which came as a result of a true finding on the Child Maltreatment Registry. The underlying facts is that in September of 2017, Ms. Nauman received a DWI. Also, at the same time, was charged with endangering the welfare of a minor, but that charge was later dismissed. But because of the guilty finding for the DWI, there was a true finding for child maltreatment of inadequate supervision. There has been a request made to DHS to have her removed from the Child Maltreatment Registry, and that request is pending at this time. The incident did not occur on school grounds. It did not involve any of the students under her care. In support of the request for the waiver, we've presented 6 exhibits. Educator Exhibit number 1 is a certification that she attended 12 hours of drug and alcohol safety education. Exhibit 2 is the attendance of the Victim Impact Panel sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Drivers. Educator 3 is a certificate of a completion of a driving class that Ms. Nauman voluntarily took. Educator 4 is a copy of her resume, and you'll see that she's been an educator for 16 and a half years in the Fayetteville and Bentonville school districts. She has a master's in elementary education. She has received numerous special training, numerous honors and leadership positions and titles, has been actively involved in the community. I think it's safe to say that educating children is her life. It's her passion. It's what she loves to do. Feels what she's been made to do. As you'll see from her letter in Exhibit 5, she realizes that this was a mistake, deeply regrets it. Nothing of this sort will ever happen again. And she does realize that the consequences of that did put her license in jeopardy, as evidenced by the denial of the renewal. And as you will see from her letter, again, this is her passion. This is what she lives for and desires to do nothing else in her career but teach young children and see them prosper. And educator number 6 is just a letter from a fellow worker who knows her as a teacher, knows her as a mother, and can speak to how she is and that she is a great teacher. And so for those reasons, we are asking today for the board to grant a waiver for her teaching license. I am here to answer any other questions the board may have, and Ms. Nauman will answer any other questions that the board may have.
All right, any questions to my left? Any, Ms. McFetridge, any, Ms. Newton?
And this might not have anything to do with it, but I saw that she works with youth at a church. Do they not also go through the maltreatment registry to
I'm unsure if they did child maltreatment request or not. Some churches do, some don't. It depends on the type of position. I'm unsure if they did or not.
Okay, so it's not a requirement, I guess. Okay, as far as the alcohol, is it an abuse type, ongoing type thing, or is it just kind of a one-time thing?
It was a one-time thing. The underlying facts were they were, as a family, attending a Razorback football game. And they left the game early because the children were getting tired. On the way back, she was pulled over for speeding, smelled alcohol, administered the test, and she was barely over the limit. So this was a one-time unfortunate event.
Okay. All right. Any questions here?
So it was your child? Okay, thank you.
Dr. Morgan? Okay. All right. Any further questions? Then we have close, correct?
And I would just reserve this time for closing, Dr. Barth and the board. If the board has any questions of me as far as procedure goes, on what the next step is, they've requested a waiver. If the department grants this waiver, then she will be able to continue teaching. The board also has the power to grant the waiver, but also put certain conditions on that waiver. So if there's any questions as far as that goes, I'd love to entertain those. But as far as the closing, I think put forth my case, hopefully, of why we're here today.
Great, thank you.
If we were to, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Ms. Fedrich?
If we were going to place conditions on this, could you go over several of our options, please?
Something like maybe a professional development, that she, attends alcohol classes and then be able to present that proof. I know that there were some of those in the exhibits that council presented to y'all today, but you guys have a lot of discretion as far as, put her on probation, and on the condition that she completes certain things like professional development or certain classes. Write a reflective statement. I hope that gives a little bit of guidance. Does that help at all, Ms. McFedridge?
Yeah, it's a very wide-ranging. I think when a waiver is granted, there is typically language that there would be no other offense during the period of licensure, right?
That's correct. Like if they were to put probation, as long as there was no other, like Dr. Barr said, instances, then that would be acceptable too.
Okay. All right. Any additional questions? Okay.
I think
What's up?
when we do move, if we move to grant the waiver, that I would like, it takes forever for DHS to go through getting people removed from the list. So if we decide to grant the waiver, I would request that once the decision is made to either keep her on or remove her, that we be notified, or at least you all be notified. And if they didn't remove it, give us some reasoning why not. But it does take forever, so I don't think we can say, don't do anything until then if we grant the waiver.
Okay.
And yes, ma'am, and I spoke with, Mr. Blue prior to this process. This is one of those cases where there was a true finding. They sent out, that they could have an appeal in front of DHS, and to my understanding, they missed that appeal. So now we're kind of after the fact getting it off. And so, would that be fine, Mr. Blue? Once y'all receive that order, you could send it over to me.
Yeah. And
So,
I think we're moving into discussion, and I want to be sure that Mr. Blue gets his chance to close first. So if Mr. Dugan's finished, I'll turn it back for the close on y'all's side.
Thank you again. I think I've stated the reasons for the request. Again, Ms. Nauman just wants you to know this is her passion. She very much enjoys, loves teaching, and would like the opportunity to teach again. So I won't go back into the reasons before that, but it is pending before DHS, and I can speak to that if you want more information where we're at in that process. The true finding was entered. She did not appeal it. It was entered. Then she made a request to be removed from the Child Maltreatment Registry. That was denied, and that's when I got involved. The reason for the denial was basically DHS said, because you pled guilty to DWI, it's automatically on the registry for inadequate supervision as a matter of law. essentially a res judicata argument. We went before an administrative law judge to say, as a matter of law, you can't refuse to remove her simply because of the DWI. You have to analyze it on the facts. So I've made the request to send it back to the review committee to analyze it on the facts, not just simply on the guilty plea to DWI, and that's where we're at in the process. When we know the results of that, if it is sent back for new hearing, as you say, it is going to take a while. But once it's finalized, I'd be happy to update the attorney and also the board as well as the complete results of that, what the ultimate outcome was, and also Ms. Nauman is willing to submit to any conditions that the board may put on a waiver today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So we're finished with testimony, and now it's time for the board to discuss and ultimately move to a motion.
I have just one final question. Are you currently teaching?
No, ma'am. I do teach.
If you could come to the microphone, Ms. Norman.
I'm sorry. I'm Wendy Nauman. Thank you. I do currently, like Mr. Blue had said, teaching is my passion, and so there is a program online called VIP Kids where you work with children in China to teach them English. And so I've been doing that every morning from 5 to 9, and it's just been wonderful. They do require a background check, but I don't think that, since they are in China, I don't think they have the means to get the maltreatment list from every state. So I'm able to work to teach with them. So I do that from 5 to 9 in the mornings.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. All right. I would entertain a motion.
I move to grant the waiver.
Okay. And do you, with no conditions, Ms. Dean? All right. Okay. Motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor of the motion as stated, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Congratulations, and good luck with your teaching in the future. Okay. All right.
I shared your passion for Horizon Science and Reading. I met you, I don't remember, but I met you last year in April, I think.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I shared your
Thank you. All right. Okay. Thank you all. Let's move down. Let's try. Let's go ahead and take a break for lunch. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a break for lunch, and we'll pick up with Ms. Anderson's case when we get back at 1 p.m. Thank you.
We found one, so I'm the one that put that on the desk.
Oh, I just got the regular. I wanted to know how to see.
Yes. Is this the one you were looking for, is this right?
Welcome to the Grandparent Club. It's the longest place in the world. You're just your first one, though. I've had some experience. I just wanted to I love those pictures.
Send more pictures.
You may not never get that. I know it's just congratulating them. Yeah. Those first ones are really special. You're over there all good though. They're all good. Yeah. I have 8, so they're all good. So you'll get used to it. There's also a good model there.
All right, we're back in order. I forgot to mention or note Mr. Williamson's absence this month, and then Ms. Dean has stepped out for just a bit. For a child's recital, so her priorities are in order, and she will be back in just a few minutes. We just for folks who are just joining at this point, we have several items from this morning that we need to finish up, and so we will go back to item 5 from this morning. This is another waiver request, Andrea Anderson, and so I will turn it over to Mr. Dugan. And folks should have an exhibit list with her name on it at their places.
And also, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Ms. Anderson did provide a letter of support, and so there should be one letter underneath the packet that is the department's packet. Thank you, ma'am. So, good afternoon, board members. We're here today to hear Ms. Anderson's waiver request. Ms. Anderson is actually a pre-service teacher, and so she is trying to continue her studies and complete her degree to become a licensed educator here in the state of Arkansas. She's currently enrolled at Philander Smith. As I'll show in the presentation, Philander Smith has provided an email from Dr. Singh stating that she's enrolled there, that she's completed so many hours, that she's studying to be an educator, and to my understanding, a special education. Ms. Anderson is here at this time. I'd ask that she be sworn in. I believe she will be the only witness speaking on her behalf.
Great. So if you'll stand and raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
And just real briefly, ladies and gentlemen, just run through those procedures real quick again. The department will have 5 minutes to make an opening. Then Ms. Anderson will have 5 minutes to make an opening. And then 15 minutes for the case from the department, 15 minutes from Ms. Anderson, and then 5 minutes closing from each party. With that, may I present my opening?
You may.
So Ms. Anderson, stated just in a summary earlier, is currently enrolled at Philander Smith College. She wants to become a special education teacher. There is no license that is attached in that evidence packet, but again, she's studying to be a teacher, and so the board does have jurisdiction under this to grant her a waiver under 617.410, which states that an unlicensed individual who is disqualified from licensure by subsection C, which is what lists the disqualifying offenses, may apply for a waiver prior to applying for licensure by submitting to the Department of Education a written request for a hearing, proof of acceptance or enrollment in a teacher preparation program approved by the Department of Education, and written recommendation from the teacher preparation program. So hopefully I will show today by preponderance of the evidence that she has provided these three things and is entitled to request a waiver. And with that, I'll yield the floor to Ms. Anderson.
All right. Ms. Anderson, you have 5 minutes for the opening, and then, of course, you'll have more time later.
Good morning. I'm
morning.
Andrea Anderson. I'm basically requesting a waiver for teacher licensure to continue my education at Philander Smith College. I'm currently a junior at Philander Smith College. GPA of a 3.5. I'm currently on the president's list at Philander Smith College. So, that's it.
All right, great. Mr. Dugan?
Thank you, Dr. Barth. So I would just like to run through the exhibits that the department has presented to the board. The first one, again, this educator here does not have a license yet. So there is no license attached as far as the first exhibit. However, we have supplied the sentencing order that shows that Ms. Anderson pled guilty to assault in the first degree in 2003. Assault first degree is a Class A misdemeanor. And however, it is a disqualifying offense. It is listed in one of the offenses that would disqualify someone. After receiving this information, we gave notice to Ms. Anderson. That's going to be labeled ADE Exhibit 2. And then we received on April 15, 2019, an email from the Philander Smith College from Dr. Sang, Ms. Anderson's advisor, just stating that she is in the K-6 elementary major at Philander Smith. She's earned 71 plus hours and is a junior in our program, and that they support her continuation as a teacher candidate in the hearing for a waiver of disqualifying offense. I just asked for that confirmation because the statute asks that show that they are in a teacher education program that's approved by the department and that they've requested a waiver. On ADE Exhibit number 4, that's just the email that I received from Ms. Anderson stating that she would like to continue her studies and request this waiver. And then finally, as Exhibit number 5, that's just the notice of the hearing today. And since Ms. Anderson is here, that should show that she knew that the hearing was for today. And we do not have a recommendation as far as whether or not the board should grant or deny the waiver, but just wanted to show that she does, hopefully show by preponderance of the evidence that she does have that assault charge from 2003, which is a disqualifying offense. And with that, are there any questions from the board?
Who did she assault? Or
I
was
do
it
not-
another adult or a child? Or
I do not know the facts of the case. Maybe Ms. Anderson can kind of glean on that. Just wanted to show that she does have this charge, that there was a guilty conviction, and that that is a disqualifying offense. But I do not know the facts of the case.
You don't know whether she pled guilty or whether she was found guilty in court.
Well, I believe the sentencing order entered guilty plea. I can see from the sentencing order that originally this was charged as a battery 3rd degree, but then was pled to assault. And so on 2502 it said entered guilty plea. So to my understanding, she would have pled guilty.
Okay. And you can obviously ask Ms. Anderson any of those questions in just a few. All right.
Question.
Yes, sir.
So there's no teaching licenses that you sent as of yet. So is this to give permission to apply for?
That's correct, Dr. Hill. So currently she hasn't been able to start her pre-service
Correct.
teaching program. The board does have jurisdiction under 417, 410, when a person is a pre-service teacher like Ms. Anderson, to grant this waiver so she can continue on in that process. She would still have to complete all other requirements as far as obtaining that teacher license, but
This
the
gives her
background.
permission to pursue.
Correct. This will allow that the disqualifying offense will no longer disqualify her from continuing that process.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, Ms. Anderson, you have up to 15 minutes to present your case, and I think you've probably gotten a feel for some of the questions that you may want to answer in advance.
Okay. Well, basically, like he stated, I am a junior at Philander Smith College. I do understand the disqualifying offense that I was charged with, which happened over 17 years ago. Since then, I hadn't been in any trouble. I'm sorry. I'm basically requesting a waiver to continue my education, because I do want to work with special needs children. I do a lot of volunteer work at my son's school because he is disabled, which he goes to Access Academy. Also, I do volunteer at my church, the nursery at my church. But basically, you know, like I stated, it did happen over 17 years ago. It was another adult that I got into an altercation with, which I totally regret. But I just want you guys to consider giving me the waiver. And that's it.
All right, thank you. I'll see if there, Ms. Newton, do you have a question? Ms. Anderson, I think you're probably gonna have some questions. If you need to take a second. All right, Ms. Newton?
Thank you for coming tonight. Ms. Anderson, how old were you when this offense happened?
I think I was 20.
Okay. All right.
And now I'm 39.
Okay, and nothing like this has happened since then?
Ever.
Okay. Thank you.
Any questions? Any additional questions? Ms. Newton?
What was the relationship to the person?
It was no relationship. It was young over something so stupid. And it just went too far.
Dr. Moore? Ms. House? Anything? Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Dugan, 5 minutes to close.
And nothing further from the department as far as presenting our case or closing, so I would waive the closing because I think the facts here have been laid out, unless anyone has any questions.
Does the department have a recommendation?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. So, anything? All right. Ms. Anderson, do you have anything else to add in closing? All right. Well, thank you very much.
I guess I do wonder if it was an anger management issue that, you know, was it just I got irritated and struck out, or I've had trouble anger management problems? Sorry to delve too deeply, but we may be entrusting you to our children, so.
No, it definitely is not an anger issue. I definitely don't have an anger issue. Like I stated, it was something that escalated and it just basically went too far.
And it wasn't with a deadly weapon, it was?
No.
Okay. That's all I have.
All right. Okay. Thank you. All right. I'll entertain a motion of any sort. And as stated earlier, the board has a wide range of options here if it were to choose to grant a waiver.
I move to grant the waiver.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Ms. Newton, second by Dr. Hill. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Congratulations, good luck, and we hope you do go on to do good work. Okay. All right, Mr. Dugan, I think you have one last case.
That's correct, Dr. Barth. The last one I have in front of the board today is of a licensed educator named Charity Nicole Grace. And if Ms. Grace is here, after she stepped forward, we did send a notice to Ms. Grace and she did not respond to it. However, I put it in the packet where she signed that she did receive that notice. So the reason I put this on the consent agenda, ladies and gentlemen, is just because the statute states that if the person declines to answer the notice, in which the state board shall hold a hearing to establish by a preponderance of the evidence that the cause for the proposed action exists. And so, since hopefully I'll show today that Ms. Nicole Grace does have a disqualifying offense, and since she has failed to decline to answer this notice, we're holding this hearing today, and that her license shall be revoked because of not asking for the waiver of that disqualifying offense. And so, Mr. Barth or Dr. Barth, if I may proceed, could I go ahead and through the presentation?
Sure.
Yes.
And I think since we don't have a full-blown hearing, just present all your evidence.
Thank you, Dr. Barth. What I have in front of you guys is the exhibit list, and on the first page, AD Exhibit 1, that's a copy of Miss Grace's license and shows her licensure areas. On AD Exhibit 2, on the first page, if you look at Part C, it states that Miss Grace pled guilty to sexual assault in the second degree, which is a Class B felony, which is listed as a disqualifying offense under 617-410. And so once the department received this sentencing order, we sent her notice on February 15th, 2019, that she had this disqualifying offense that she had pled guilty to, and that she had the right to request a waiver of this disqualifying offense in front of the board. We received a signature confirmation when we mailed it to Ms. Grace, which is attached as AD Exhibit 3, page 8, where it shows that we had sent that to Ms. Grace and that she had signed for it, stating that she got that notice. However, she failed to respond to the notice. We never received anything from Ms. Grace as far as an email or a letter stating that, or a phone call stating that she wanted a waiver of this disqualifying offense. And then finally sent her the notice of the hearing that it would be heard today. And so, since she did not respond or request, I put it on the action agenda today just so we could show that, send her notice that she failed to respond to it. And so by operation of law, I would say that since she did not answer the notice, then the department shall revoke her license. And that's what I'm asking today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dugan. Any further questions?
Do you know if she's currently teaching and how long ago the offense took place?
She's not currently teaching. The offense, I do not know the actual, the offense date. Just that this order was, the order for the offense was from January 9, 2019, but I can't remember off the top of my head what the actual offense date was.
Thank you.
All right, any questions? Ms. Chambers?
Mine is kind of similar. It's a process question. What are the triggers that notify the department that there's an issue? Is it only when someone is re-upping or reapplying?
So it can be usually when someone goes and is applying for their licensure, transferring states, or when they're going to renew their license. However, we also have RAPBAC now, and how RAPBAC works is we receive notification from the Arkansas State Police that a licensed educator or classified employee has an arrest, and then we get that list, and then we look to see if they're still working in the district. And then if we see that they're still working in a school district, we send notice to that school district, but then also send the educator the notice that, you know, we have this, excuse me, I misspoke. That's when they've been arrested, not when they've been convicted. And so usually when it's convicted, we get the rap back, also when there's an arrest, and then a lot of times the school districts may notify us, or someone, a citizen may notify us that this person has this offense. But usually it is if someone goes to reapply for their license, to renew their license.
All right, the motion is in order.
Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Newton, second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, thank you, Mr. Dugan.
First, I draft some orders for the last 3 weeks. I didn't know if the board was going to put conditions on, but
Okay.
I'm gonna draft.
Okay, I'll get them back to you.
Thank you, Dr.
in just a
Barth.
few. Thank you. Okay, we are now up to the issue of our annual examination of critical academic licensure shortage areas, and Mr. Savidio.
Afternoon, Dr. Bard, Chairman Key, members of the board. Frank Savidio, Office of Educator Effectiveness. I'm here today to present to you our declaration of shortage areas for the 1920 school year coming up. Each year in December, we look at the previous year's data to establish what these shortage areas are or might be for the coming year. What we presented to you was the declaration of the shortage areas for this year, along with the definitions and the calculation model that we used. Also, along with all of the data that was associated with the shortage area, with all of the teaching areas, and then establish the shortage areas based on the review of that data. These shortage areas have previously been presented to the U.S. Department of Education for their review and acceptance, and it's now before the State Board for your review and declaration for the coming year. The shortage areas for the 1920 school year would be art, agriculture, chemistry, computer science, English, family and consumer science, French, library media, mathematics, music, physics, Spanish, and special education. And I would entertain any questions you might have.
All right, thank you. Dr. Moore?
Are any of these new this year?
I'm sorry?
Are any of these new to this list this
Are
year?
any of these new? I believe the answer is yes, and it might be two.
Is there a lot
Agriculture?
Of fluctuation?
I'm sorry?
Is there a lot of fluctuation from year to year?
Not much, really. There was, I think, two that were on last year that are not on this year, and two that were vice versa.
Okay.
Most of these are on the list just about every year.
Thank you.
Do you remember what the two that went off are
The two that were not
this year?
Not this year, I believe it's journalism and middle childhood.
Further questions? All right. Then I would entertain a motion to approve this list.
Move to approve. Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Then next up, it is time to appoint some new folks to the PLSB. And so I'll turn it over to Ms. Bailey to talk us through those nominations.
Good afternoon. Under Arkansas Code 617-422, members of the Professional Licensure Standards Board, PLSB, they serve rotating terms and are appointed by the State Board for nominations made by professional education associations. Doretta Griffin has been nominated by the Arkansas Association of School Personnel Administrators, ARC-ASPA, to represent their membership. Ms. Griffin is a current member of the ARC-ASPA Board of Directors and an employee of the Hamburg School District. The term of this member is to begin July 1st, 2019 and end on June 30th of 2022. So that's the nomination we have today.
All right. Any questions? All right. Then I would entertain a motion to approve this recommendation for the board. Okay. Motion by Ms. McFetrich.
Second.
Second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you. Okay. In last issue from this morning are three first-year charters, the end of semester reviews for these charters. And we do have a couple of the officials from these charters on the phone. They were at least this morning.
We have all three schools represented on the phone.
Okay, so if there are any specific questions for our schools, although we have seen a couple of these schools in recent months. So I will turn it over to Ms. McLaughlin to walk us through.
Okay. Kelly McLaughlin, ADE. I do have data provided for you in the attachments for this item that requires the Department of Ed to conduct an end-of-semester review of each open enrollment public charter school in its initial school year of operation and report to the State Board of Education. This time it is the end of the first semester review. We have attachments for their enrollment and their financial condition provided for you. As we said earlier, we do have folks from each of the three schools. Today we have Friendship Aspire Academy from Pine Bluff. We have Scholar Made Achievement Place and also Southeast Arkansas Preparatory High School, if you should have any questions.
Okay. Let me just start over here. Ms. Newton, anything?
My question is for someone in finance, maybe at the department, about Southeast Arkansas Prep High School. Are there any concerns about their balance right now? And I'm going to tell you, I'm completely out of my area, but just by looking at what I could see, you know, I was concerned. So I don't know if you can answer, if somebody, Mr. Rogers, or if there's someone that might be able to give me some insight, or even someone from the school.
I have to defer to the finance department.
Right.
I'm sorry.
I can say that as a member
and Mr. Nogueira, can you just
yourself.
What's that? Identify yourself for the record, please.
Yes, sir. This is Alex Nogueira, Superintendent Principal at Southeast Arkansas Prep. I will say we have been working closely with ADE Finance to ensure things are back on track. We met with them back in January and February. We did get our budget approved by them for the end of the year in February, and you know, we've made some cuts along the way to make sure things were back in accordance with what was needed.
All right. And Ms. Rogers, do you have any additions?
Greg Rogers, AD. Like he said, they have been working with our Cindy Smith's unit and Fiscal Services Board. Their budget projections were trending showing in the negative, but we've been working with them to make those corrections and to get to where they're not. We are following closely with them and working with them. When they came before the charter panel, that was some of the questions I asked, and I know that they have some challenges that they're going to have to overcome. They started at behind a hill and they're having to still try to climb that, but working with Cindy, they have the opportunities to get there if they can.
So you think it is getting better then, maybe?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So, while you're still there.
Ms. Rogers.
Sorry, I didn't say it quick enough or loud enough. When these charters come in and ask for a charter to make a school, they usually do their projections, financial projections, based on the cap they ask for. Do we ever have any guidance for them when, like, well, you're asking for 200, but if you get below 105 or something like that, then you're not going to be able to financially run this school? Or do we work with them if they don't hit that number?
Both. Because when they do their projections, we do look at it, how much it is, and as a first-year charter, they're current year funded, and so when that enrollment comes in, and we see what that enrollment is and what they're going to be funded on that year, that's when we start working with them. And if that enrollment is way below that cap, then we know that they're going to have to make some cuts as well as they do. And so we start actually beforehand working with them and say, looking at a full cap's probably not going to be there, and try to do a better projection on that.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
It probably explains a little bit why Friendship looks kind of different too, because this is their first year.
Yes.
Because in some instances they've overspent, on other instances it looks like they've underspent.
But that would just be on their budget where they're tracking that they would show in the red of overspend on their budget. But yes, for Friendship, they are a new charter that would be current year funded.
Okay. I think my concern too is their professional development line item where they've only spent $170 on professional development.
And that's where they would have to probably look at doing a budget adjustment there.
Okay.
Some of those expenditures, they would just have to journal those over to their operating fund and make it fit within the funding streams that they have.
Okay.
All right. Any additional questions on any of these three schools? Then this comes to us from the department, and the request is for us to approve these reports, accept these reports.
Yes, and the end of the year report will be provided to you in July.
All right. Okay, so this is obviously just halfway through.
Do these reports go to the charter panel also?
Not typically.
Okay. So if they're a first-year charter, how does the charter panel know if there's problems in the first year?
Well, if at any time they wish to call the charter before the charter panel, they can do that.
I understand that, but how would they become aware that there was a problem in the first year, I guess?
If it has anything to do with the finances, Mr. Rogers is on the charter panel and he can make them aware. We have different members on the charter panel that can make the charter panel aware of issues. Dr. Pfeffer is our director of the panel, and she can do that as well. And of course, our director can bring any issues that we bring to his attention as the program advisors. So if we are as we monitor their, we have their SFA monitoring tool. We are watching what is their information as they are presenting throughout the year, their letter grade reports, and so we present that to our director, and he presents that to Dr. Pfeffer, and the communication is key.
Okay, good, thank you.
And Ms. Newton, when it comes to finance for first year charters, our finance unit stays in very close contact and monitors on a very frequent basis.
Good.
Okay. Any additional questions? All right, then a motion regarding these reports is in order.
I move to approve the reports or receive.
Accept.
Accept.
Yeah.
I move to accept the reports.
Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Zook. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. Okay, next up, we now are to the afternoon agenda, a few minutes late, and we have a series of Succeed Scholarship transfer requests, and so I'll turn it over to Ms. Salas Ford to kind of get us ready for these next handful of items.
Good afternoon, Courtney Salas Ford for the department, and yes, as Dr. Barth said, you have 4 requests from families to transfer the Succeed Scholarship for their son or daughter from one school to another school, and approval from the board is required for transfer of that scholarship. One of the families is here, but I believe the other 3 are possibly on the phone. So the first one is request for transfer by the Hughes family, and they are requesting a transfer from St. Edward's Catholic School to the Our Lady of the Holy Souls Catholic School due to the fact that St. Edward's is closing at the end of this school year.
All right. And so we typically on these cases do not have full-scale hearings. It's just simply
correct. Simply, if the board members have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Or if the Hughes family is possibly available by phone, they could answer any questions.
Okay. All right. Are there any questions, Dr. Moore?
I do, Courtney. I have a question for you. And I just don't remember. I'm sorry. Do we approve these when they originally?
No. application is made by the parent, and then if they meet the requirements, it's approved by the department.
Okay.
State board approval is only necessary for transfer.
Okay, and that's just in statute listed that way?
It's actually just in rule. It's not in statute, but that's something that we're looking at as we look at revising the rules as a result of legislation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
You know, I would be remiss if I didn't point out that none of these schools that these parents have chosen for their children are known for their quality of special education service.
All right. A motion's in order.
I move to approve the request for transfer.
For the
Thank
first.
you. This is Brittany Hughes speaking on behalf of Lawson Macklin with the Hughes family.
What was that, Tiffany? Did you get? Could you speak up a little bit? We couldn't hear you.
Yes, sir. This is Brittany Hughes speaking on behalf of the Hughes family. I'm actually the mother of Lawson Macklin asking for the transfer. Again, the only reason why we are transferring is due to the school closing. He has had a magnificent year, and I do apologize. I was not able to be in attendance due to meetings and some conflicts of scheduling that had. But I can truly say on behalf of my son that being in a private school, you know, I've taken all of the parent surveys that you guys have sent out via email, but I've seen a difference in my child by him attending private school. He was a child attending the public school district, and when I heard about the scholarship for him, I was very amazed at the opportunity to be able to have my son, to be able to be in a private school. I've seen a tremendous improvement, not only in behavior, but, you know, grades. When you're able to have a voice and an opinion on where your child should attend school, as I feel that all parents should, it does make a difference. Coming from a classroom in the public school setting where there were about 25 to 30 kids in a classroom, being on an IEP plan that he is currently still on now, he was not getting the attention that he needed. And that's not to say that the school was not doing the best that they could do with the resources that were provided at the school, but being able to come into a school setting where there were only 16 kids in the class, the school could modify, take his IEP, and then work with him with his IEP and then do some modifications as well. They took his IEP, and of course, you know, give you an example with testing. He's a child where there may be 5 questions on the test, and he may only need 3 questions where he could kind of process it because he does receive speech skill twice a week. And, you know, for me, I'm just blessed to be able to have this opportunity, and I wanted to be able to be face-to-face with, you know, some of the leaders that I could meet to tell my story because I've seen a tremendous improvement. When I did fill out a survey,
Thank you, Ms. Hughes. Thank you very much. We really appreciate you joining us today. I think you have made your point really clearly, so thank you for that.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Ms. Dean to approve the transfer, and Ms. McFetrich has seconded that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Hughes.
Thank you.
All right, great. Next up is the Aguirre.
Yes, your second request is from the Aguirre family to transfer their scholarship from the Immaculate Conception School to the Trinity Junior High School. And that reasoning is because Immaculate only serves through 6th grade and the student will be entering the 7th grade. And I don't know if the Aguirre family may be available by phone.
Yes, I'm on here. My name is April Aguirre, and I'm the mother.
Okay. Apologize for the mispronunciation. Thank you for joining us by phone.
Okay.
We'll see if anyone does have questions for you, ma'am. Any questions regarding this case?
No, just exactly like she stated. The private school that my daughter attends only goes to the 6th grade, and so the junior high that she will be attending will move to the 7th grade is the only reason for the change.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Entertain a motion?
I move to approve the transfer request for the Aguirre. Second.
Motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign? Okay. And then third is the Gomez family.
Yes, the Gomez family is requesting a transfer from St. Teresa Catholic School to the Catholic High School for Boys on the basis that St. Teresa's only serves through 8th grade and the student is entering the 9th grade. And I believe the Gomez family is here in the auditorium if you have any questions.
All right, thank you. And thank you for taking time to come today. Does anybody have questions of the Gomez family? All right. I'll entertain a motion on this case.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Newton, second by Ms. Dean. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, thank you all. Thank you all for being here. And then fourth is the Harter family.
Yes, and the Harter family is requesting a transfer from St. Edward's Catholic School to the Christ Lutheran School, again, because St. Edward's is closing at the end of this school year. And someone from the Harter family may be available by phone.
All right. If not, I'll entertain entertain any questions for either the department on this case. And then I will entertain a motion.
Move to approve the transfer.
Second.
All right. Motion by Ms. Chambers, second by Ms. Dean. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Ellisford.
Thank
Appreciate it very much. Okay. Fifth item is oral communication courses. And I see Tommy Coy here. I'll turn it over to you.
Thomas Coy, Arkansas Department of Education, Learning Services. Thank you, Board and Commissioner Key, for entertaining these new standards today. As some of you are aware, actually all of you are aware, that we've had some changes to the required 38, and there was always this discussion about the year-long oral comm or the half unit of oral communication paired with ELA drama. And because of some of the changes, Mrs. Smith asked us to think about revising some of the oral communication standards. And so Lana Hallmark, who is my content specialist around oral communication, worked with a committee of teachers to develop two half units, one that deals with interpersonal communication, and one that deals with professional communication. If you look at these courses, the standards themselves are the same, but if you dig into the student learning expectations, the actual focus of the class is different. This was designed so that students could still take a full year of oral communication, two different semester courses with a different focus, or they could pick one or the other to meet their oral communication requirement based on something that they felt was helpful to them or that was would serve them well in the future. So the idea here is that we would approve both of these to count for oral communication as the graduation requirement. If students took a full year, they would receive a half unit of oral communication and a half unit of career focus. Ms. Hallmark had to be away this afternoon, so I was hoping that she would be back in time to answer specific content questions, but I'll do what I can if you have questions about these courses. Otherwise, we're asking that these be approved. And schools could actually start using these this year, but we again give them a full year to study and to receive professional development and learn about the standards before they actually had to implement them. So the full year oral comm class and the half year that we have right now would still be available for schools to use next year. So we're not asking this change to happen immediately, if you will.
Okay. Ms. Newton?
Oral comm is a class that some school districts choose to embed. So how is that going to work?
So they would still have to embed, they would still have to make a request. Remember, all those have to come to this body to be approved. They would still have to make a request within a content area. So we actually see these as serving a little bit better purpose. If we're talking about professional communication, that could be embedded into your career and technical education courses. It might create an opportunity there. If we're talking about a more collaborative class, such as ELA, where we see a lot of embedded courses, we think that maybe the interpersonal, the personal communication where they're having discussions around the literature and they're interacting with each other might be a better fit. So schools would get to choose which one of these, but those would still have to be approved on a case-by-case basis. By
So they wouldn't embed both of them in a course, they would just choose to embed one of them in a course?
They could embed both, but they would be coming then with a request to receive 2 full units of credit if they embedded, rather than the 1.5, which we typically bring to you all for approval.
Okay, and would districts be required to offer both courses?
No.
So they only have to offer one of the 2?
Yes.
Okay.
And so that's the only thing here, you know, but we do think that if schools were willing to offer both, it would really give an opportunity to expand oral communication, to focus on different aspects of their future.
I could see where you could embed each course into a different course, and it would be really beneficial for students. And I just want to comment on the standards themselves. I really like how that you put the ELA correspondence to that, so that I think that's going to make the process easier if they do choose to embed, or it's going to make the communication between teachers even better. So thank you for doing that.
And you bring up a point, Ms. Newton, that I meant to make as well. These look different than the health standards that we brought you last time. These are not ICANN statements, because we anticipate when we do a full revision of ELA, all of the ELA standards, that we would move everything at that time to this to that new format. So these are still a lot like the PE courses that you looked at last month, are kind of a one moment in time, but when we do a full revision of ELA, that we would transition these standards to that.
So these would get revised again at that time?
Yes.
Right. What, Mr. Coy, what was the stakeholder engagement on through this process?
We actually had a committee of teachers that Ms. Hallmark engaged, and she brought them in. They came in because when we do courses, it typically only takes about a day to write, and so she did that, engaged those educators. We did some in-house editing, cleaning up, sent that back out, and then we also sent it to additional teachers for feedback prior to coming to this board.
Okay, thanks. Any questions?
Yes, it always bothers me when we write standards and use subjective terms like appropriate and effective as opposed to objective terms. Is there any chance that we can make those more objective measures, because that would vary from teacher judgment from one class to the next?
Yes, we would certainly entertain that if that's something that you have a concern about. I think the intention there, I understand your point. I think the intention is to give districts some decision making and some flexibility there in terms of what they feel is appropriate for their community. I think that was the intention, because that can vary from place to place in terms of being culturally relevant, or we would certainly entertain that if that's something that you're concerned about.
Yes, I wish you would, because I think that appropriate, anytime you have an objective that the teacher's working on and it uses a word that's subjective, then the student can argue, well, I think it's appropriate, or I think it's effective, or they knew what I was saying, and I understand, and we want to encourage that freedom of thought and that freedom of expression, but at the same time, it's like grammar. There's some things that are not up for discussion. So I wish you would work with the team to come up with more objective terms for those to see about how, if they've met the objective.
Okay. Dr. Moore?
I know it says that, and you said there's less of an emphasis on oratory skills. Was there any pushback around that, or any concerns?
There was quite a bit of discussion around that, and I think what we were really trying to accomplish here is thinking about some other things that we've talked about, those soft skills and some of those real life skills that we're trying to focus on through the Guide for Life, and some other initiatives that we have going on. And so I think the committee felt like this was probably most applicable to today's youth, whereas I really enjoyed a more formal public speaking class, if you will. And we still have opportunities to do that. That's why we think that the professional speaking may be embedded in FFA. A lot of our FFA students do a lot of public speaking. A lot of our beta students through service organizations go and they engage in very formal public speaking. My wife is an East facilitator, so she always has to try to prepare her students to be able to speak in front of large crowds. And so I think there's still opportunity for that, but there's not as much emphasis. You're correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, so this comes to us recommended by the department, and so I would entertain a motion on these new 2 different courses being requested for approval.
Is this time sensitive?
No.
Okay.
We could certainly come back.
Yeah, I'd like to table it until they have written them in more objective terms, if the rest of the board feels comfortable with that. If not, I fully understand.
Just my opinion, and you know, one of the things over the years that as a teacher that I really disliked about the standards was how specific they were, because it became that checklist. Okay, I've got this and my kids do this, and to me it waters it down to just the very basics, where, you know, if we leave some of those objectives, then that leaves the teachers the freedom to think, you know, and give the students the freedom to expand, rather than staying with those just very basic checklists, because I hated it. As a teacher, I absolutely hated that, because it ties your hands. And I don't want any teacher to feel that way. I want them to be able to personalize the learning for the students. And if we get so specific with these standards, then we tie their hands. They don't have any freedom to do more.
Just another kind of comment to kind of build on what
Stacy Smith.
Stacy Smith, Learning Services. Okay. What kind of propelled this conversation was, you know, so oral communications is a required graduation credit, okay? And when we were looking at our 38, we had a semester of oral communication that schools could offer, or we had a year class that schools could offer, okay? So if you had a student who signed up for the full year class of oral communication and wanted to drop out at semester, that was fine, all right? And so we started having this conversation about being able to build more than one semester course for oral comm that could be stacked. So if you had a school who wanted to not only have your intro to oral comm class that we have out there right now, but had this other class that was on top of it for that full robust, that's what started the conversation. So they brought in a group of teachers, and when they brought in the group of teachers, I really was expecting they were going to take that year-long oral comm class, and we would just kind of divvy it up into 2 and it'd be neat and nice. But this group of teachers that came in started talking about how it has changed. And, you know, we heard throughout personal competencies in developing those standards, the interpersonal skills that students are missing, okay, and how to listen and disagree. We see that nationally, don't we? Okay? And so that conversation came out of that standards revision. And that's why we kind of ended up having 2 different oral communication classes that were kind of found their legs in that. You know, and this conversation about how specific do we get to what's our range. As we look at this long term, we do want these oral communication standards to be a part of the overall English language arts revisions into I CAN statements and into units, and what that looks like for semester classes for ELA, even in high school, which I've talked a little bit about before. This is just that one little step of trying to figure out how do we build another semester of oral comm for schools to be able to build upon. But we do have bigger plans for our ELA moving forward with revisions. It's just not within the next year. And so this was a step in that direction.
Okay, I'm willing to entertain a motion either to, what I've heard is to table or to approve. And I'm willing to entertain any motion.
I move to approve.
All right. Motion by Ms. Newton, second by Ms. Chambers. Further conversation? Ms. Oak, anything? You ready? Okay. All right. All those in favor of approval, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, thank you. Y'all are up again on the world language standards.
Yes, I actually David Nance here as well. I'm a content specialist here, so we can answer questions. But we are seeking approval for our world language standards. You're going to see, and I'd like to take just a moment, if it pleases the board, to brag on Mr. Nance, because it was this group that really led us toward these ICANN statements that you all liked in the health standards. And so when Commissioner Key was asking us to bring him something different, we started looking at the work that this committee was doing last summer, and that's where we settled to make, because we thought that this provided a great foundation for some of our standards work. So I really would commend him and the revision committee for that. We have world language acquisition standards, which I believe are your typical courses, your language acquisition, much like the standards that we have now, but they've been written with the ICANN statements. And again, these would be formatted and with a formal introduction and some information about the Guide for Life, if the standards themselves, if the content is approved. We also have content-based courses, language for specific purposes, and special interest courses. And I think this was intended to perhaps provide opportunities for schools to think about how they offer foreign languages, and maybe how we teach foreign languages or engage students around the work with foreign languages and world languages. So if you have specific questions about those standards, I'll let Mr. Nance entertain those.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Nance. Thanks for being here. Any questions to my left? Dr. Moore.
Yeah, I do, just because it's all new. So the content-based language and special interests, those are all new. Is that right, or some of those offered now?
Yes, David Nance Learning Services. Those are new options. Yes, that we have not had previously.
They're really interesting to me, particularly the special interest courses. Will y'all be doing some kind of PD or campaign to get this out to schools? What will that look like?
Yes, we will be. I've been working for the last several summers with teachers doing PD at the various co-ops around the state, and we have quite a few of those scheduled for this summer as well, to introduce these and get people familiar with the new options that they would have.
Cool. That's great. I would love to take some of the special interest, or I'd love to take any of them, but that's a really unique perspective that I think we'll be interested to see in the years down the road what that looks like for schools.
Thank you.
Great. All right.
Yeah, okay, these are written in the ICANN form. So, Ms. Newton, are you saying you'd rather have these not written in the ICANN form?
No, I just want teachers to have the freedom to be able to take their courses and not be tied to, this is the specific standard and this is how you have to teach it, and if we can give them some leeway, then that's fine. And if the end product is their students can do this, an ICANN statement is not saying that to get my student to there, I have to do it this way. I want the teachers to have the freedom to, whatever direction they want the classroom to go to get their kids to that end step, then they'll have that freedom to do it.
Yeah, and I think that I agree with you completely. The creativity is what makes the lesson interesting. I guess my point on the other is appropriate is, or as a first-year teacher or a second-year teacher, particularly in a high-poverty school or a predominant English as a second language school, how do they, if they're not from the same culture, judge appropriate or not appropriate? I just wanted to give them some guidance, because we do have to, think about the first and the second year teacher too. So I don't disagree with the creativity though at all.
If I'm not mistaken, that's how the standards are going, where Ms. Smith went, but at the bottom of those, they're going to give them some guidance on what would be some appropriate ways to engage students on a particular topic.
That's exactly right, and you saw that in that first draft of the health standards. So when we get to the ELA part, we will have that teacher support on there.
Right.
And listen, I won't take the time because Commissioner Key would give me a look, but we have big plans for our curriculum and development and being able to support our schools in the state in a way that we haven't done that. We have set a vision on what we expect, and we've shared pieces of that with you. And right now, we're just taking some baby steps to get there. But being able to give that support, but also the ability to have teachers make some choices.
Yeah.
Because you're right, we have to get away from checklist teaching.
I hate it. Yeah.
And these foreign language standards have that in place already. That was a large part of our objective as we revised these, was to build in that flexibility for the teachers, but at the same time give guidance about what would it look like. And to speak to what Ms. Newton said, if we look at previous versions of foreign language standards, they had very specific things like present tense in this grade level and future is addressed in later grade levels. And following the example of the national standards, we've gone away from that, and we have things like I can narrate about my life and important events, rather than nitpicking which specific tenses they're using. So that's the type of flexibility that we're looking at with the foreign language standards, and that has been modeled with other things like the health and PD standards that we saw last time.
So, which I think will help, because we do have a lot of highly mobile students, and if I'm a third of the way through 10th grade and I'm taking this course and I go to a completely different area of the state, did I miss out on a few things, or will somebody make sure I can do that? So
right, and with these courses, or with these standards, the way they're written, it's going to make that type of thing much easier for the students.
Right. Thank you.
Very good.
Fantastic. Great work, Mr. Nance. What's your language background? What?
I taught Spanish.
Okay, excellent. Great. I will entertain a motion on these
I move to
courses.
approve.
These standards, excuse me. All right, motion by Ms. Zook, second by Ms. Dean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you all very much. All right. Thank you, Mr. Coy. And we are back to where we started the day with catastrophic rules.
Courtney Salas Ford for the department, and yes, we are here to ask for final approval for the special education catastrophic occurrences rules. The state board approved these to be released for public comment on February 14th, 2019. We did hold a public hearing and received 4 public comments, which are included in your packet. I honestly cannot add anything more to the wonderful presentation that Ms. Tyler gave this morning. However, she is available to answer questions. I'm available to answer questions. We are proposing these changes for a more equitable distribution of the funding available, and we respectfully request your approval.
All right. Are there additional questions on this issue? Okay.
I'd like to publicly express my appreciation to Ms. Tyler and Mr. Sewell, because before it came up initially, they took the time to go over this with me, and that was very helpful.
I would entertain a motion regarding final approval.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Newton, second by Ms. Zook. All in favor? Opposed? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We have rules. I want to do one quick introduction before we left today. You may wonder who this is in the front row. This is Elizabeth Ryan. She's an early education student at the University of Arkansas Fayetteville, and she reached out to me about my work on the board, and I invited her to come to the meeting, and so she has obviously been here all day today, and she'll be here tomorrow as well. And so she may have questions for folks up here, and I just wanted to let you know who she was, and we appreciate your interest in education and driving down to be a part of our meeting. Great, thank you. All right, anything else? I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Steen, second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor say aye. Okay, and we will be here at 9 a.m. in the morning for Reports Day.